Out here, hard work shapes the horizon, and true grit runs as deep as our roots. Each dawn holds promise, and every dusk provides rest for the weary. But off the ranch, life isn't quite as simple as it is here. We are in a great battle, as ancient as David and Goliath. Instead of Saul's armor, we are bringing a sling to a sword fight. Hand-to-hand combat is fought by wielding different weapons. Armed with nothing but the tools of direct-to-consumer marketers, this isn't a weakness, rather our tactical advantage. If you want to win, you must take matters into your own hands. Selling your farm-to-table product direct-to-consumer is the battle plan, your battle cry, and your guaranteed path to victory. Economies and currencies may rise and fall. Power and policy may flow from the hands of a concentrated few. But this is your clarion call. The cavalry isn't coming. Beat your swords into plowshares and spears into pruning hooks. This is the greatest time in history for farm-to-table producers. Take control of your destiny. Take the reins of your legacy. Join the resistance. Become a farm rebel.
Hey, congratulations. You made it to day 2 of the D2C Summit. Wasn't yesterday incredible? I mean, I'm the marketing director here at Farm Rebel, and some of the things I heard from some of our speakers, as you could tell, was just incredible. I took a ton of notes. We're going to apply some of these things for our private clients, some things that even I've learned. But really, today is the day where you're going to hear from us in a really strategic way about how to start implementing some of the things. We talk about pulling levers, turning dials. This is the day about that. Yesterday was possibility thinking. Today is about massive action, applying these things in our businesses to see the results predictably and profitably each month. So I don't want to take up too much time. We got an incredibly packed day today. Again, today is another day of nonstop session on session. Here's why. We really want to be one of the organizations in this industry that doesn't just have a bunch of content out there. We want to give you things that you can actually use to get results if you never even join our coaching program. We want to be that company in this industry. And so I want to invite you to take tons of notes again, but start thinking about the things that you're learning today, how you can apply them to increase your D2C sales immediately. And that's going to be real easy for you to figure out over these next few sessions. So stay locked in, take a ton of notes, and I'll be seeing you a little bit later today, but here we go. Let's start with our first session. Hey, Will, thank you so much for joining us at the D2C Summit. On behalf of all of the farmers and ranchers that are here, I just want to welcome you and say, hey, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, Jared. I appreciate the opportunity.
Very much so. And so there's a lot to cover. There's so many different things we could talk about. You're known for a number of things, but before we jump in there, for those of you who are just getting to know you or have maybe just seen bits and pieces of you throughout the media, Will, how did you get into the beef business? How did you get into the industry?
Sure. So I am the 4th generation of my family to own and operate this farm. And I have 2 adult daughters in their 30s, married with children who are back here on the farm. And they have 5 children. So they are the 6th generation on the farm. I'm the 4th. And I went to the University of Georgia, majored in animal science. Came back and ran the farm very industrially, as my dad had as a monoculture cattle operation for 20 years. Then I started rethinking things, and 25 years later, I'm still rethinking things.
Yeah, a constant innovation. We've seen so many changes through the industry, whether it's and a lot of it's trend when it comes to farming principles and practices through the industry, through the marketing channels. One thing that is clear with the story of White Oak Pastures is that you guys started conventionally, obviously, in the late 1800s.
And as the story goes, you started to rethink some of those things in the early to mid 90s. What were some of the things that you were seeing that you were questioning before? Like, what were those indicators that said, I might want to adapt how we're doing things a little bit differently?
So, my dad took over the farm after World War II in 1946 or so. And his generation really industrialized the farm. And then when I was born in 1954, graduated from the University of Georgia in 1976. And all I ever wanted to do was manage the farm industrially, just like my dad had. And I came home and did it that way for 25 years, as I said a minute ago. And then I started being increasingly aware of the unintended consequences of that management system. So I started rethinking it and rethought things like chemical fertilizers, things like pesticides, things like subtherapeutic antibiotics, things like ionophores, growth hormones, unnatural feedstuffs, on and on. And I had been doing it for 20 years and was financially successful. In the 20 years that I ran the farm industrially, we never lost money. We paid taxes every single year. So it was not economic. We weren't rich people, but we were quite comfortable. But I did, after 20 years of it, start to rethink it and move away from it.
Yeah. What is that process like? So we have a number of our private clients, our members from our group. A lot of them are wondering, what is that transition like? How is it that somebody goes from industrialized or conventional traditional farming to regenerative only? Like, what is that process like? Is it like a few steps forward and you do it all at once and transition? Is it cold turkey? How do you manage that process?
Well, it was gradual, but it started cold turkey. And when I started. But 25 years later, we're still moving in that direction. So it is one of the most rewarding things. Making the transition is one of the most rewarding things that I've ever done on a personal basis, in terms of just feeling good about it. But it is by far the most painful thing that I've ever done economically. Giving up those tools, we use those tools for economic benefit. And when you give them up, you give away that economic benefit, and there is a withdrawal. It's just, I suppose it's probably like getting off of drugs. You're here and you take a dip before you start back up.
Wow, that's a great point. What are some things that, whether you've done or whether you encourage people to do, how do you manage that dip? Because that dip is what scares people from actually ever making that transition over.
The dip should scare people. I mean, I wish people could do it, but they need to be very aware that dip is economically painful. And you just need to be sure you can afford it. You need to start gradually enough and do it slowly enough that you can economically afford the downturn in income that you'll have. Not only do you raise the product differently, but you've got to find a different market for it. You can't grow food the way I grow it and dump it in the commodity market. There's not enough return.
For most of us, that means figuring out who your ideal customer is, finding them online or finding them in pockets where they gather, and just selling direct to consumer. At what point did you, or maybe even the family, decide to go all in on direct to consumer or take that more seriously in the business?
It really was me. I am the only child of an only child, so I did not have siblings to deal with. My wife is a school teacher and doesn't work on the farm and didn't have responsibilities here on the farm. And I probably told her less than she needed to know because I didn't want both of us worrying. And then when I made the transition, my children were so young that they weren't involved in it. So it was kind of I was the only player involved. I'm not today, but in that era, I was the only one involved. And I did it too rapidly. I told you I did it kind of one step at the time, but when I took a step, I took the step. When I stopped using chemical fertilizer, I stopped using chemical fertilizer. When I stopped using hormone implants, I stopped using hormones. So it was economically we suffered during that transition. Ultimately, I think I probably was better off economically for making the transition, but there was some years when it was painful.
Do you think, looking back now, it might have been possible to find the audience, find the people who were already actively looking for what you're doing before making that transition? Or was it just one of those things where your yes is your yes, your no is your no, and there was no?
Absolutely, you're right. The thing to do is be sure you've got the market in place before you make the transition. Keep in mind, I did this in the mid-'90s, and there was no real formed market there. It was just forming.
Yeah, that's interesting. So the advantages to doing this now would be every tool the internet provides versus back then when the internet was not what it is today.
Well, yes, you're absolutely right about that. But imported grass-fed beef was not an issue back then. It's actually easier to find market today than it was then. It's harder to make margin today than it was then.
That you really need to find a special pool of people to make that work.
There's no doubt. That's the truest statement you will make today.
One of the things that you guys do really well, and I'd love to hear if you could jump into this, is it's not just that you're selling proteins direct to consumer. You guys have multiple streams of income, and that's very clear. Even as a casual observer, anyone can see that you guys have found ways to make multiple streams of income with your business. What does a process like that look like? How do you find those opportunities?
Well, this business has evolved and is evolving. When I start in the early 90s, before I started evolving the business, all I did was raise industrially produced cattle, period. End of discussion. All the income that I had was marketing calves or live cattle. These are the businesses that we're in, and we are in a lot of businesses, related businesses, but they came about one at the time as the need or opportunity presented itself. Today we've got a restaurant, cabins for lodging on the farm, an RV park, a general store. There's a lot of things here, but they were added very gradually, one at a time, as needed. And I'll say this, just about every business I've ever gone in, I lost my butt in it for a while. I can only think of one or two businesses that I went in that almost immediately started generating a return.
That requires quite the guts, the stomach, and the patience to pull that off. Is that what you attribute success to in those areas, is just the not quitting, or was there something along the way that sparked it, that made it work for you?
Certainly, tenacity and not quitting is just a thing. I mean, if you quit easily, don't do this. Don't do this. But beyond that, and I think we're probably pretty good at that. I never brag on my family's intellect or many other attributes. We're pretty good at sticking with it. But I'll say again that the timing of when I went in this business was so incredibly fortunate. We were one of the first producers in the country to start producing fairly large quantities of grass-fed beef. And if we had been 2 or 3 years earlier, we would have gone broke. And if we'd been many years later, we might have gone broke. The timing was not, it was not brilliant, it was lucky.
Especially since the size of your business was already at really a good level, you didn't get to build up to it. When you made that shift, you had to make it at a bigger scale than most people make that decision, right?
Well, I did. I don't know if I had to, but when I quit feeding corn to cattle, I quit feeding corn to cattle. And at the time, I probably had 600 or 700 mama cows and raising a lot of calves. Again, the timing was just very, very, very lucky.
Were you always only, let me rephrase this. You raise multiple types of proteins. Has that always been the case, or was that part of the transition process as well?
That was part of the transition process. For my father raised cattle only for just about his whole career. And I raised cattle only for the first half of my career.
So you're famous for this phrase that nature abhors a monoculture. Can you talk about that a little bit?
I don't know about being famous, but I absolutely believe that nature abhors a monoculture. If you think about it, where in nature does a monoculture exist? And I'm going to say nowhere. I mean, I'm certainly not a well-traveled naturalist, but I've been around a little bit, and I've asked a lot of people who are. And I can't find anybody who can give me an example of a monoculture in nature. In nature, all systems are many different species or multiple different species of plants and animals and microbes living in symbiotic relationships with each other. And yet when we industrialized farming, we did it on a very monocultural basis. When I was farming up until the early 90s, mid 90s, it was a monoculture cattle. The only thing on this farm that was for profit was cattle.
One of the things that we like to teach private clients is it helps the business to have multiple types of proteins or multiple types of products, but it's not as good for your top line revenue. It's also good for your property. It's good for the nature and the ecosystem around you. So I love that you teach that. But when it comes to the business side of things, do you find that it's easier to sell other types of proteins rather than just all in on the beef? Like, what's the strategy there?
Yeah, I absolutely believe that our business is enhanced by offering a variety of products. Increasingly we're moving from wholesale sales to grocery, like Whole Foods markets and Publix and those kind of folks. Actually, Publix is a good customer. Whole Foods threw me out. So, but we're moving away from it, whether voluntarily or involuntarily. And we're in a very sparsely populated, economically impoverished area. So my customers, not many of them are local customers. We ship to them. And, if you're ordering your month's supply of protein, it's nice if you can get beef and pork and lamb and poultry in the same box.
That raises an interesting point that I'd like to hit on a little bit. For those of you who don't know, Will lives in such a small area that it's safe to say he probably employs more people than actually live where he's located. And so many of you are producing product that you have neighbors producing, and you're wondering, well, why am I not getting a lot of sales locally? And that's because you have to get outside of your area to where the people who actually need and are actively looking for your product are there. And so you need to really dial in your shipping. Will, that's something that really scares a lot of producers, is getting into that shipping component. Do you have any thoughts around that? What are some things that you guys might have done to kind of get over the hurdle of the shipping thing?
Well, I don't want it to scare them, but they are right in having trepidation about it. It's a thing. And I have one daughter who handles those things. She handles the marketing, shipping, all that. She's probably got 25, maybe more people working for her. And she knows how to do all that stuff, and I don't. I mean, it's a profession, and if you're going to do it at this scale, somebody's going to have to handle it for you. If you're going to do it a smaller scale, I'm sure there's a way of doing it, but I can't tell you what it is.
One thing that has to be true about you, having done this so long, is that, and the fact that you have an operation the size that you do, and you're building a real business here, is that you have to have some type of leadership skills that you either inherently have or that you're constantly evaluating and developing. What are some of those lessons that you've learned when having to deal with even your own family and other employees? What are some of those leadership things that you can give us who maybe haven't considered this as a skill set that we need?
Well, I mean, leadership is a whole another long discussion, and I don't know if we can, and I don't know that I'm the right person to have it with you. I think we do okay. I don't necessarily think that's a skill set that we have. But you're right, hiring good people, and we have structure here. So I'll tell you this. This might be telling. So in the 90s, it was this farm. There was me and 3 minimum wage laborers, and I didn't have an office. I mean, it was a working farm. Today we've got 170 employees. I own 100% of the company, but we have what I call it the board of directors, 7 of us that work in the business that manage it. And everybody's got specific departments under them. And there's 25 managers that report to those 7 directors, and the other 150, whatever's left, report to those 25 managers. So there's structure here, and everybody knows what everybody does. I mean, if they have a problem in the purchasing or shipping, they don't come to me with it. I don't know that. If there's a problem with animals not being healthy, they don't go to my daughter with it. We have a structure here.
Yeah, structure is very important. If you are taking a business seriously and you're growing and really you're scaling it, what else is important is having a strong mission and vision and being really pointed toward that and keeping the ship really pointed to the North Star. And then obviously, Will, in your organization or your business, you have to be that guy. What would you say your vision is for White Oak Pastures, or what it is that you do? What are you on a mission to accomplish? What's keeping you going?
Well, I should tell you that we are not doing well financially right now. We're this year so far, we're at break even-ish. Last year I lost money. First year I lost money in a long time. Now, I had some years that we had some really nice profits. And the reason for it went from when I transitioned, I lost money for a while. Then I made good margins for a good long while. Those margins have waned down to the point I lost money last year. And that is losing money last year is a function of the wholesale grocery business becoming less and less and less profitable. So we gave up doing business with Whole Foods. I think they say I quit. I say they fired me. I don't know how that worked out. We went from at one point selling them most of what I produced to this year selling them nothing. And we're having a better year this year than we had last year when we were selling a lot. And reason is we're moving more to different sales avenues that are better for us. Most of it is online sales. Some of it's our own store here.
That's interesting. I was going to ask earlier, when it comes to in-person versus online, because you created a bit of a brand and a name, even if you're rural, how many people are actually coming to your physical location versus needing to ship?
Oh, by far more shipped out than has actually come here. We incentivize people to come here because it's a really good marketing tool. I feel like if somebody comes here and visits the farm and takes the tour, they're pretty much going to be customers. So we really love to have people come in. We try to incentivize it, but by far most of it goes out online. And I still have grocery customers now, Publix and Kroger and some others. But I do warn against producers depending completely on wholesale grocery or wholesale food service restaurants. It's fine to have that for some of your business, but you really don't want that to be all of your business. And it was all of my business for a long time.
Yeah, that's an important note. Casting your bread among many waters provides a return. So that's a key point right there. Will, when you're growing a business, when you're growing, especially in this industry, there's a lot of outside pressure. Like I consider you a very reasonable man in a very unreasonable time in human history. How do you protect yourself against that? How do you protect your team against that? What are some things that you're saying and keeping at the forefront of what you're doing to really encourage you guys and encourage the team to keep going in this crazy time that we're living in?
Well, that's a broad question, and I'm not sure exactly how to answer it. We really try to be careful who we do business with. I mean, I don't knowingly do business with dishonorable people. Sometimes I get tricked, but I don't knowingly do business with dishonorable people. For the most part, the customers that we have, the wholesale customers, I like them and I trust them. They're business people. They're going to try to buy from me as cheap as they can. I get it. And I'm going to try to get as much out of my product as I can. They get it. But it's very honest transaction. Publix they're just super honorable people to work with. And they're not the only ones. They just came to mind. I don't know if that answers your question or not.
No, it's good. So surrounding yourself and aligning with other people you know that you can trust or have proven to be trustworthy is, man, that's the name of the game in anything that you do in life. Man, well, this has been an incredible time together. You've just the well of wisdom is just so appreciated. I kind of want to end with this. You've been in the media a lot without naming all the names, but your face comes up a lot no matter where you're consuming content. Is that a strategy? Is that something you guys have put together? Or has it been a function of when you're doing the right things, you attract the right people into your life?
Not many farmers have been at this as long as I have at the scale that we've done. So you just get, when somebody wants to do an article or video or an interview like this, our name pops up a lot. And I have always tried to treat those people, those journalists, we'll call them, the way I would want to be treated. I would do. If they want to talk to me, then I want to talk to them. And it's not just because I wanted to meet Jarrett, but it's because part of what we have to do is spread the word, and you're helping me spread the word. Also, just as it works out, it's never been my goal to see how big I could blow this company up. Never been my goal. I don't want a company that's so big that me or my daughters or other family members have to hire a CEO to manage it for us. We don't want that. We're farmers. And that and just general logistics reasons and my own personal philosophy, I'm producing more stuff than I really want to produce. I'd be happy if it was a little smaller company. That would suit me okay. I'd love it if everything I produce was sold right here in this county or these counties right around me. That's not the way it is. We ship to 48 states, but increasingly, we have concentrated the business increasingly locally, and we hope to keep doing that. And it pleases me if we can help other people get in this business in other places to serve their markets. I don't consider other farmers who do what I do to be competition. I feel like we're all soldiers in the same army. I have competition, but our competition is big multinational corporations. I reserve the right to loathe them if I want to.
They've certainly earned it.
I think so.
Yeah. We say here that a rising tide lifts all boats. And so anytime a farmer or rancher is doing well and we're all moving in the same direction, it benefits everybody. So
I'll say this, for years, we had some good years. We made what I consider to be a lot of money for a number of years there. Between getting it started and the lull that we're in now. And I really encourage people to get in this business. And now I'm not nearly as aggressive in encouraging them to get in this business because it's not that I don't want them to, it's just I don't want to be part of helping somebody get in trouble. And it's a tough time right now. There's legislation or consideration of legislation for mandatory country of origin labeling. Now, if that happens, I think it'll help a lot. I think there's room for a lot more American farmers to come into this. But right this minute, it's pretty tough. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying that you need to be prepared for the fight.
Yeah, and one of those ways we encourage people to fight is go directly to your customer when you can. Find who your best customer would be. Create an offer that they're looking for. There are people who are actively hunting for what it is that we do, and especially guys will like you do. And so as much as you can do that and cut everything out, the better off you can be if you're careful.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right.
All right, Will, I don't want to monopolize your time, but I am appreciative, someone who's getting the word out, someone who's been a guiding light for a lot of people in this industry. On behalf of everyone here at Farm Rebel, thank you so much for being here with us.
Well, I enjoyed talking to you today. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, everybody who's watching right now, go ahead and mark it on your calendar in October. Will Harris has a book coming out, and man, we couldn't be more excited to see that. Thanks for letting us know about it. And guys, make sure not only do you get a copy for yourself, get a copy for a few friends and family, because this story is impactful, not for just farmers and ranchers, but for consumers as well.
Hi there, D2C Summit. My name is Mike Cumlin. I'm the Associate Director of Marketing Technology here at ButcherBox. And today my session, Digital Marketing Head Start, will hopefully equip you with the fundamentals of what you need when you kick off your own digital marketing strategies. We've got about a half hour here, so let's get right into it. The topics that we're going to cover today are pretty straightforward. We've got lists, why they're important, how to build them, how to maintain them, how to build successful email campaigns, and then know when to pull the trigger on investing in a marketing solution. I want to make sure that you understand what you can do before you even have to spend $1 and how you can be successful in this space and really stage yourself for when you are ready to make that leap to the next level, you've got everything in the spot that you need them to be. So first up, we've got lists. Quite simply, this is your lifeline to your customers or your potential customers. This is all of their contact information that you've collected, either through them making purchases online or leaving their email address on a list on a table that they filled out themselves. There's really all sorts of different ways you can be collecting this information, but this is how you then follow up with them. This is how you check in. This is how you let them know about a deal. This is how you make sure they're even still interested. And so having your list be in the best shape it can is a really powerful tool and will allow you to be successful within the marketing space that you're trying to expand into. So what makes a list? Like I was saying before, ideally this is email addresses, maybe phone numbers too, if you want to get into SMS or you just want to be able to call people directly. It really depends on what you're trying to accomplish. But this is of your current and potential customers. So think about maybe having a clipboard out at a farmer's table and you allow people to leave their information to get followed up with. Or when someone's placing an order, you have them leave their contact information and you hang on to that. This can include more than just your customer's email address and phone number, and we'll talk about that a bit later. But at its fundamentals, think of this as your address book for your customers or your leads. It's incredibly important that this is kept up to date and is something that you're continuing to focus on growing and taking care of. So, how to make the list? Like I said, start collecting. This can be as simple as that piece of paper on a table where customers can leave contact info, or it could be something like a web-based form. There's a lot of different ways, depending on what tools or platforms you're using, that will allow you to insert forms where people can share their information with you. You can even do this through different social media platforms. There's really a lot of different ways that you can be collecting this information, but the idea is that it's all coming back to one consolidated place so that you can then leverage it for your digital marketing needs. You don't want to be in a scenario where you've got some information in one place, some of it in another, and then when you're trying to reach out to all of your customers, you simply don't have that all in one place and in a format that you can leverage it. So most simply, I would think about this as maybe an Excel type of spreadsheet where you're digitally storing this information so you can easily move it around, load it into platforms, create lists, whatever be that you need to do with that information. But just making sure that you really hang on to it and that you've got it in a good spot. So once you've got your list made, how do you grow your list? How do you keep your list healthy? When it comes to your customers, you want to give them a reason to sign up first and foremost. So this could be something as alluding to a newsletter saying, hey, when you sign up every month, we'll let you know what we're up to. We'll let you know about our latest cuts. We'll send you pictures from the farm. Whatever it may be really forthcoming about what you intend to use that customer's email address for so that they understand what they're signing up for and can be excited about that. Some other things that work really well are first dibs. So saying, hey, whoever's on the email list, they're going to get the first chance to order product X or whatever that may be. We're going to let them know a whole day before we let all of our customers know when a product goes live. This is a great way to keep people excited and engaged with you as a brand, but also subscribe to your list as a potential contact that you can talk to. Beyond the first dibs, you can even be doing exclusive deals or exclusive offers where only newsletter subscribers get a certain % off on a deal or have access to a certain buy one, get one promo. It's really up to you to think about how can you use what you have at hand as a business person to incentivize and encourage people to sign up for this list. But simply asking for an email address and saying, hey, we're going to email you some stuff probably isn't going to be what it takes to get people to be excited about what you're offering. Once you've got your list put together, it's growing, you've got people signing up, the next thing is to start thinking about the health of that list. And so that can cover a lot of different things, from making sure that the email addresses you have are actually legitimate. So if you're sending out emails and they're not getting delivered, you're getting bounced reports from the mail delivery. Those are things that you want to remove for the health of your list to ensure that you're only talking to people that are really worthwhile. Additionally, you want to respect your customers. So thinking about how often am I sending messages? Do I really need to send a message every other day? Maybe every week, maybe every other week, maybe monthly. Starting to understand how much information do you actually have to share and figuring out what that mailing cadence is that can stay aligned with that. Other ways that you can encourage your list to grow in a healthy way is talk to your existing subscribers and encourage them to refer some of their friends. Talk to people they know. It's likely if a person is on your list, they know some other people that will probably like to be on your list too. And so as I was talking about it, make sure you're cleaning up those bad addresses too. You're either going to get them through the bounce reports, or sometimes if people are writing them in, they might scribble the letters in a way you can't read them, or even if people are typing them in, sometimes there's a typo and you're simply not getting an accurate email address. So keep an eye on your messages as you're sending them. Make sure you're continuing to scrub out those email addresses that aren't being successfully delivered. And then also look at some of those metrics, and we'll talk about what some of those metrics are that you can see in a bit. But for example, if you're not seeing someone opening emails for a year, maybe it's time to stop emailing them all the time, because that's likely someone that's just simply not interested anymore. We want to make sure you're looking at the cream of the crop, that you're looking at the people that are actually going to have an opportunity to convert or to be a loyal customer here. And so a big part of that is looking at what the data is showing you and using that in a way to keep your list in the best shape possible. So I talked about it earlier that you can collect things beyond just an email address or a phone number. And so some of the other things you might want to be thinking about are a birth month. And so I very specifically say birth month because there's something called PII, or personally identifiable information, that is something that you can kind of get into gray area if you're storing in a person's entire date of birth, including the day and the year. And so it's better for your own data security and that of your customers that you keep it a little simpler. And so in this case, I recommend people look at just the birth month of the customer. It's a great way that you can send things like a happy birthday message at a monthly cadence without being exactly on the day of their birth, but also allowing you to engage with that customer and have a relationship with them and not compromising anyone's information. Additionally, product preferences. So if you offer a variety of products, start to understand what are the products that these customers really enjoy. You can either ask them and say, hey, what is the product that got you to sign up? Or you can look at your data and say, hey, what has this person been purchasing in the past? And I can attribute that to them within my list and say, this person has an affinity for chicken. This person has an affinity for beef. This person has an affinity for candles, whatever it may be. Understanding that information can allow you to better target those people down the road and allow you to serve the most relevant and interesting information that you can. And then the other one that I have on here is where they came from. So understanding the source of someone when they either come in as a new customer or as a potential customer can really allow you to be smart with how you're engaging with and targeting that person. So if you know someone came from a local farmer's market versus online through social media, that may help you better target those follow-up communications where you know someone from the farmer's market is definitely more locally targeted, whereas someone online may be more global, and you need to understand, is this someone that we can even serve? How do we want to talk to them? There's lots of things to consider. So understanding that information, I think, really helps you be staged for success here. Another way that you can think about where they came from is if you're working with any affiliates or you have any other partners that are helping refer people over to you, you can attribute that and also use that as a way to understand what are some of the motivations of these customers and what is that sweet spot that I can engage with them about thereafter. So you've been building your list, you've got it growing, you've got a lot of people on deck that are saying, hey, I'm interested in hearing what you've got to talk about. Now let's start thinking about how can you communicate with these people, and more often than not, that's going to be email. This is really the lowest lift when it comes to digital marketing as far as ways to communicate with your customers. There are a lot of options out there as far as free tools that you can use to load your list and then communicate and send email messages to these customers. And so what we want to be talking about here and what we're going to be looking at in the next couple slides is what makes a good email. What are the parts that you really need to make sure are included in here? And how do you make sure that you balance that line of the right amount of content without going overboard or without leaving out the important pieces? And so let's get into it. Building emails and deciding which emails you actually want to set up can be a bit overwhelming. And so what I wanted to cover is what are some of the first types of emails that you should be building out, and explaining a little bit about what those are and how they work. So first and foremost, what you want to build is a welcome email. So think of this as the email that it gets sent once someone joins your list. It's the welcome. Welcome to the list. Welcome to our little digital family here. Use this as an opportunity to introduce yourself. Tell people about your brand. Set expectations as far as How often are we going to be messaging you? Is this a monthly newsletter? Is this a weekly update? Is this a daily ledger of my life? Really just be straightforward. Let these people know what's on the way, and let them know that you're really excited to have them be part of it. This is going to be your first opportunity to start building those bonds digitally with your customer or potential customer here. And so welcome messages are usually more lighthearted. They're more fun. They're more personal. They're more of a celebration of that person getting in the mix than they are about making a deal or getting someone to purchase something. So think of that as they're through the door. Hey, welcome. Now it's time to start talking about some of those other follow-up messages. And so one of the most common things I see is a newsletter. And so newsletter means something different depending on who you ask. The way I look at it is this is your way in some sort of format to share the information you want to be getting out to your customers in a somewhat regular format. In this case, I like to think of it as something that's set at a regular cadence as well. So maybe monthly, maybe weekly. You really want to make sure that you're thinking about what information you're including in here, that it's interesting, that it's set at the cadence that makes sense, that it's bringing value to the customers or to the subscribers on your list, and that it's engaging and that they're interested in it. And there's going to be a lot of ways you can tell about those things, but this newsletter is probably going to be the core of your email campaign. It's going to be something that's going to happen over and over again. You will be going in and rewriting it, getting it to good to go for whatever that next send is. But this is the lifeblood of your email campaigns. And so really thinking about the content that should go in there and making sure that it's relevant both to your brand or your business as well as what your customers are looking for is really important. Beyond the newsletters and the informational stuff, we got transactional communications. So if you're at a point where you're actually doing any sort of commerce online, you want to make sure that you've got the emails to support that. Yet again, most digital marketing platforms out there now that offer any sort of shop front should have this stuff built in, but take the time to make sure that they're updated and that they've got your logo in them, that they've got your company name, that they've got the right information in them and the update so that it doesn't feel like it's just the cookie cutter standard communication here. You really want to make sure that these are clear, concise, and giving your customers the information they need so that they can feel comfortable with the purchase that they've made and be excited about that. These transactional emails are really important as well for you to understand what people are buying, what are they interested in, and so the data within these is really interesting and helpful as well. Beyond transactional, we've got support. So email is a great way to help your customers out if they've got questions, if they've got issues. And so this is something more where you're generally sending one-off messages, but that you may see as you grow and you continue to operate within this space that there are common themes that come up when it comes to support. And you can start developing templates for those and putting those together in a way that you can easily reply to those types of inquiries without having to write out something new every single time. And so having a suite of those support style communications is great. Next, we've got announcements. So looking at this more from not necessarily a newsletter, maybe it's not as robust as a, hey, this is what we did over the past month. And it's more of a, hey, we've got a new product coming out and we're really excited to tell you about it. It can be more of a quick, snappy type of communication where maybe you want to let them know about an event that's coming up or a specific offer or deal that you want on their radar. So it doesn't need to be this big, robust communication that we might be thinking about for like that recurring newsletter, but it allows you to make that touch point with your customer in a more promotional way and hopefully driving sales or encouraging people to show up where they can purchase products. And then finally on here, I have referral. So this can be something that you incentivize or not, but really at its core, you're asking your customers to share the good word. Talk to some of their friends and let them know about what you're up to and trying to get them to subscribe to your list as well. As with a bunch of the other things I've been talking about, at this day and age, there's a lot of free services out there, especially when you're getting started and you're not doing thousands and thousands of referral on any given day, where you can be doing this for free and really getting the fundamentals of your referral program put together without having to spend much of anything other than your time in getting it set up. But referrals is a great way to find other qualified customers that you may not be reaching right now. And so I really encourage you to think about ways that you can infuse that into your digital marketing campaigns. These all don't need to be one-off or their own campaigns. You can kind of mishmash them together where your newsletter can also include your announcements and have a referral bit, or your welcome can also ask for referrals. And so you can find ways to infuse these different strategies and messaging types all within the different email communications that you send. So when we think about emails and what makes a good one, I consider it to be 5 pieces that are essential to a good email. First up is the subject line. Second is the header. Third is the body. Fourth is the CTA. And fifth is the footer. So let's talk about a little bit about each of those and understand what they are. I think some of them are a little more obvious than others, but we've got subject line. So what this one is if you've opened your inbox, you should know well enough. The subject line is that blurb of text that you're seeing before you even open your message. And so it's super important when thinking about subject lines that it's something that's catchy, it's something that's relevant, it's something that's going to resonate with the people on the other end where they will open it. And so when we're thinking about subject lines, we want to be descriptive, we want to be enticing, we want to be playful. There needs to be some element to it that encourages your customer or that recipient to open that message. There is no one-size-fits-all solution here when it comes to subject lines. Luckily, we're in a world where we can test and we can try out different strategies and find out what is really engaging with my list here. What is the voice that works, and what should I be thinking about when I put together things like my subject lines? Next up on beyond the subject line is the header. So this is more an opportunity to include your logo, some brand identification, maybe some important links if you want to include those, like a link to your website, a link to support, maybe an 800 number or a phone number to contact you. Any of that introductory information that you want to infuse that establishes this is who we are, this is who's messaging you, that's what we're setting up there. The body of the message is going to be where the majority of the information lives within this email communication. Traditionally, this is 1 to 2 paragraphs of information, of copy, that includes maybe some images, some extra assets to make the message look nice, but really focusing on making sure that information is concise and clearly conveys what you're trying to communicate within this message. Maybe you're trying to tell about an offer, an event, you're trying to just let them know about why you're a really good brand. Whatever it is, that's going to be living in within the body of the message. Following up the body part traditionally is your CTA, or your call to action. And this is really the biggest way that you can measure the success of your email campaign, because this is a piece where people can actually engage. So beyond actually opening the email, the CTA is an opportunity for them to click. Ideally, that's clicking through to your own site where they can then go on and purchase a product, or clicking through to find out more information about an event that's coming up. But that click action is a great way for you to understand who are the people that are legitimately interested here and are engaging with these communications. And then finally is the footer. This is your opportunity to kind of just close things out and include some of the things that legally you have to have within an email communication. So things like a link to manage preferences so people can unsubscribe if they want to, or including trademark information, copyright information, the year. This is more of the legal mumbo jumbo stuff. Not really the most exciting, but definitely important when we're thinking about building out an email communication. Most modern digital marketing platforms will have these all auto-populated for you. If not, I recommend just looking at another brand that sends emails. Look at what the bottom portion of their email looks like, and you can probably copy some of the wording there and just update it with your own. So nothing to really worry about there. More of just these are the pieces that will allow you to have a successful email campaign and have that all put together correctly. So what we're looking at here is more of just a visual representation of how we're breaking out those different pieces of the email that I was just talking about. So to reiterate, subject line, have some fun with them, try them out, see what's getting really good open rates. Sometimes using people's first names within a subject line works really well. Sometimes being really mysterious and only including a little bit of information like, hey, you won't believe what we've got to tell you about ... Things like that can be really engaging. Or it could be as simple as, hey, here's the October newsletter. Click it and you're going to get the information about what we've got to talk about. And so learn from your list, learn from your customers, see what they're doing, and make sure that you're kind of fitting the bill and catering to what resonates with them. Otherwise, not going to get too into all of these because I think it's a little redundant based off of what we were just talking about, but we've got our header to declare who you are, share important links, you got your body, so this is your core message, share what you're looking to communicate. You've got a CTA, which will traditionally be a big old red button. You can make it whatever color you want, but we found that reds, orange, yellows, stuff like that, they pop more and they get people to notice them and click them. The bigger the better. I wouldn't be shy about the CTA. Feel free to make it the full width of the page if you want, whatever you want with that stuff. I think the easier it is to click, the more likely people will be to engage with it, so go wild with that. And then the footer, that's the stuff that's going to keep the lawyers happy. That's the stuff that's going to keep you compliant. Just making sure that you've got all the correct information in there so that people are able to remove themselves from your list if they want to, and they understand that this is legitimately a communication from your brand. And so let's look at an actual email from ButcherBox, and we can talk about some of those pieces that we're talking about and actually see them live within a communication. So here's our email from ButcherBox. This is one that we recently sent, and so I kind of just grabbed one because I know we've got all those core elements that we can call out here. And so let's look at what we've got here. So subject line, we've got mangia. So we're trying to push meatballs. We're going for an Italian theme. We're being a little fun and keeping it short and sweet. And that's something that we found our customers like, and that works for them. That may not be the way that it works for you, but ButcherBox, they love it. So after that, we've got our, you know what? I think I can draw here too. So we've got our header right here. So this just includes the ButcherBox logo, as well as a couple of important links. So we want people to click through to our recipes page, to our gifting page, or to understand our mission and understand more about who ButcherBox is. Next up, we've got this portion here, which I would consider our body. So we've got a nice, beautiful picture of some meatballs with some copy about them. And then we've got the supporting copy that really tries to emphasize what the deal is, play up why you would want some meatballs, and establishing that ButcherBox clearly has the best meatballs around. And so right after that, we've got our CTA. So there we go. We've got a red rectangle here. Get yours now. Things like get it now, click now, buy now, I want this. Those types of phrases work great as CTAs. Keep them action oriented. Keep them focused on verbs and things like that. And those seem to work really well for CTAs. And then beyond here, we've got what we consider our footer area. ButcherBox does include a little bit extra as far as some of these images within the footer, but the key piece here is that we've got our copyright information, we've got our address, we've got our name, we've got the year, and we've got the ability to click through and unsubscribe from email communications if that person sees that they want to. Stick it at the bottom. Ideally, people are focusing on that main piece of that message. We're not really worrying about the stuff in the footer, just making sure that we've got it in there. So this is just a good example of a ButcherBox email. We tend to reuse this template a lot where we're plugging in different images and copy within that body piece, and then just making sure that the CTA fits the bill. Once you found a recipe that works for you, copy and paste, just switch out the assets, switch out the information. The actual construction of the email, once you've done it once, it can't be reusable. And so I really suggest you look into the cloning capabilities of whatever platform you're using. But yeah, they're great. Anything's going to be really easy from a drag and drop perspective. I have not seen any platforms out there now, even on the free side of things, that don't allow you to just simply upload some images and write some text. You're not going to need to be a coder here to build out a message like this, which is great and is really empowering and allowing a lot of people to get involved in the digital marketing space that may have been intimidated in the past. And so give it a shot. You may be surprised at just how easy it is to get something like this started up. For any of you sitting here thinking, all right, I've got the basics of the email stuff done. Like, yep, we're sending email order confirmations, we're welcoming people, we're doing that stuff. What else could we be doing here? What is that next level? And so while I don't have enough time to necessarily get into all these, some of the things that I would definitely recommend thinking about are retention campaigns, re-engagement campaigns, intent to purchase campaigns, anniversaries. So I already talked about that. Collecting birth months and saying, hey, happy birth month. Here's 10% off of your next purchase. And then doing some list segmentation of really playing around with the data that you have within your list and using that to better help you target your email communications. So when I'm talking about retention, what I'm talking about is people that are past purchasers that you want them to be future purchasers and repeat purchasers. And so what are the communications that you can send to people that you know have made a purchase in the past that will help encourage them to stick around and make purchases in the future? And so maybe that's a matter of looking at what did they purchase in the past and saying, all right, we've got 500 people that purchased chicken from us over the past 6 months, and we've got a really good chicken deal coming up. Let's put together some campaigns focusing specifically on these past purchasers, encouraging them to stick around and purchase more and be the valuable customers that we want them to be. And so slightly different from that is the re-engagement campaigns. So this is more, we've noticed someone was a really good engaged customer at some point and may have fallen off. So we're looking at metrics and we've seen this person hasn't opened up an email in the past 3 months, 6 months, 90 days, whatever that threshold is, but we want to make sure that that person is still worth talking to, or maybe they're not, and it's time to clean them up and archive them within that list. And so sending re-engagement campaigns of just saying, hey, are you still out there? Let us know. Like, we'd love to still talk to you, but we don't want to bother you if you're not interested. Maybe offering a slightly sweeter deal to groups like this is a great way to get them to re-engage, or just accepting that, you know what, maybe they changed their email address. They're just not interested anymore, or they're just not the right fit for who we're talking to anymore, and moving them to an unengaged list of yours. So really starting to take that master list of yours and breaking it down into those different groups, which I'll talk about a bit more in this list segmentation piece here. Then anniversaries. So I know I talked about birth month. Another easy one you can do is your sign up month. So hey, it's been a year since you've been a member or been subscribed. Just want to let you know how much we appreciate it. It could be the anniversary of their first purchase. It really depends on how you operate, how your business operates, but different ways that you can attribute actions to dates and then celebrate those is a great way to infuse some more life and some fun into your email communications that will really resonate with your customers. But list segmentation, like I was talking about, this is really about looking at the information you have about your customers and using that to help you better target the email communications that you're sending. So you don't always want to be sending one email to everybody on your list. Sometimes you want to be sending them based off of certain behaviors. So one that's for everyone that's made a purchase in the past week. These are your highly engaged customers. These are people that have been on site recently, and you want to keep them interested and engaged. So you're sending emails to them more often versus people that maybe aren't engaging as much, and you want to maybe pump the brakes a bit and only send a message to them once a month until they start engaging again. Or it's something where you know a certain group of people have all come from a farmer's market and you know you've got a farmer's market coming up. So you use that as an opportunity to talk to people and say, hey, we know this is important to you. Here's something coming up that we think is worthwhile. And so really leveraging that data to help you send smarter and more relevant communications to those people is really the key to success when you want to start thinking about expanding into your digital marketing strategies and initiatives. So some of the things I've been talking about, like unsubscribes, opens, clicks, what metrics matter? And the fact of the matter is those are the ones that do. When it comes to your emails, first and foremost, you want to see, are they being opened? So are people getting beyond the subject line and checking out what's in them? That's going to be your first indicator of success. This is going to be how you start setting your benchmarks to understand what is a really good campaign within your space versus what's a stinker. Start looking at and collecting this information, and you will be amazed at how helpful it becomes. So looking at month over month what your open rates are, week over week, even day over day, understanding how things trend and seeing at what percent of your list are actually opening your emails. One better than an open is a click. So not only did they open the message, read what was in it, but they decided to then convert or click that CTA thereafter. So as helpful as an open is, a click is that much more. And those two metrics are really going to be the two that you're bouncing between to understand what I'm sending to my customers. Is it making a difference to these groups? Is this something where maybe we need to refine it a little bit more or expand that list, or continuing sending it the way it is because we're happy with how things are performing? On the flip side of success metrics, we've got the things that are indicating us that maybe we're pushing a little too hard, or we're not sending stuff that's really worthwhile. And that's your unsubs. So just looking at how many people are unsubscribing from your list based off of the email communications that you're sending. Don't necessarily take a single unsubscribe as a mortal wound or anything personal here. This is definitely something where you can naturally see people grow out of lists and no longer be interested in topics. And so seeing a few people drop off a list every once in a while isn't that big of an issue. But keeping an eye on if there's any campaigns that you've sent that had a really big spike in unsubscribes, because that's the type of stuff that you want to be able to get in front of and be able to understand why it's happening. So look at the content, look at who you're sending it to, look at how frequently you're sending it, look at the subject lines that you're using and how you're formatting the information to make sure that you can avoid those unsubs and try to navigate reasons why you think your customers may be unsubscribing. One thing that I want to call out additionally when we're thinking about metrics is unique versus total. So especially with things like opens and clicks, as you continue to grow, you're going to lean more and more towards unique rather than total. Total clicks is, let's say I open up an email and I click that link 7 times. That would be 7 total clicks for that email, but 1 unique click, because there was only 1 unique person that actually clicked on it, even though I clicked on it a bunch of times. And so when you're looking at smaller lists, those numbers will traditionally stay more or less aligned. But like I said, as you grow, you're going to start to understand that you want to look at that more overall trend of how many people instead of how many times did people do things to understand where those success metrics are and where there are those sweet spots that you can drill into and really try to speak to a bit more. So that's all to say there's a lot that you can do within the digital marketing space, and we're really just scratching the surface here. And there's a lot of tools out there that can help you do what you need to do within this space. A lot of them cost money, a lot of them are free, a lot of them allow you to get in at a free tier and then grow into a more paid, scalable type of solution based off of how your business grows. And so I think right now is a great time to get into the digital marketing space because you have a lot of room to grow without having to invest a lot up front until you understand if it's worthwhile or not. And so let's talk about when is it time to invest and some of those options that you've got when it comes to that decision. So these are some of the things that I consider indicators that maybe it's time to move up to that first paid tier of that platform, whatever it is that you're on. Or maybe it's time to start thinking about investing in a solution because you want to be able to do some of these things. So I said your list is over 500 records. Records means people that are on that list. So as your list grows, it's going to become more and more complex to manage that list and to make sure that it stays healthy and that you're engaging with those people and managing it correctly. All of these tools that I'll talk about in the next couple slides allow you to do exactly that and support them and stay on top of that stuff. Additionally, if you want to start doing more robust tracking, like you want to understand not only what did they click, but then what did they do on our site afterwards. A lot of platforms now allow you to add pixels that will allow you to track that and keep track of that information and understand what does that journey look like. Are there places that people are really interested on site and that we're driving people from email, or vice versa? More list growth. So with any sort of marketing platform, any CRM, there are going to be great ways for you to grow your lists through the different forms that they provide, the different pop-ups, the different ways that they allow you to serve information and collect information. And so what you can do for free is just a really small bit of what some of the more robust options allow you. And so as you start to think about, okay, we've really kind of topped out when it comes to organic list growth that we've done at the different markets and within our own customer groups, how do we get to that next level? It's going to be by investing in some of these marketing platforms. Additionally, automation. So stuff where if you want to just have a message that sends every time someone places an order and you don't want to have to worry about going in and sending those, or you want to be able to have different customer support emails go out automatically based off of different metrics. Yet again, this is how you're going to do it. You're going to be able to build triggered communications that are happening based off of different data events and really making that customer experience be a lot more dynamic and automatic with how things are being served. Another really big one that I think is important is security. So, I mean, I'll circle this one because I think that's a big one. As you continue to collect data about your customers, you want to make sure that it's not going to be compromised, especially if you've got things like people's shipping addresses or whatever it may be. You want to make sure that you're within a platform that isn't going to be able to give up that information easily. And so a lot of the paid services have all those fundamental security elements that'll keep your information safe and out of the hands of any bad actors. Next up is support. So this can literally be if you just need a hand building stuff, if you got a question about something. A lot of these paid levels will now include some sort of support tier where you can send an email to someone and say, hey, I'm trying to build this within my email and it's not working. Can you please help me out? And so it's a really great way to consider getting that next level of support and having that available to you. And then finally, just more advanced analytics. I know I already talked about on-site tracking, but if you want to start having all those fancy marketing metrics automatically measured for you and put together in fancy graphs and things that you can just export and share around or analyze at your leisure, that's what these tools are going to be helping you do. And so once it's no longer about just looking at total clicks versus total opens, and you want to start thinking about that next level of analysis, you're going to start wanting to get involved with these platforms as well. And so these are just some of the things that I consider as indicators that it's time to maybe move up to that next size box and move into a paid type of marketing solution. So from my point of view, when it comes to building out digital marketing experience and executing those strategies and having that available to your customers, and not having to spend anything at first, there are 3 options that I would definitely recommend, and those are MailChimp, Klaviyo, and HubSpot. Check them out, click around, see which one feels right, but all of those are going to offer robust list management as well as campaign creation tools that, while you're ramping up, will be free and will continue to grow and expand as you do as a brand or as a company. And so I think any of these will work great. I'm sure there's others out there, but this is definitely the ones that I would think about when it comes to taking those first steps. Just understand what your needs are. Like, hey, I want to be able to send a newsletter. I want to be able to send transactional communications. I want to be able to segment my list and break it out based off of certain data elements. Knowing what those things are will make that selection process much, much easier and allow you to get to the fun stuff of actually building the campaigns and getting that going right away. And so there you have it. We're already at time. We're actually a little over time. And so hopefully everybody stuck around here. But thank you so much, D2C Summit. Hopefully this was helpful for you and at least got you inspired and thinking about some ways that you can start leveraging digital marketing for your own needs. If you've got any follow-up questions, I'm always happy to chat. You can email me at mikecumlin@butcherbox.com. You can also find me on LinkedIn. I think I'm the only Mike Cumlin on there, so feel free to find me on there. But Hope you have a great rest of your time at the D2C Summit, and it's been great presenting to everybody here. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Matthew Holman, and I'm here to talk to you about subscriptions, specifically how to launch and where to start scaling a program. A little bit more about me. I'm head of partnerships at QPilot, which is a subscription platform. We have about 250 customers, and I've spent the last few years working directly with them to grow each and every one of their subscription programs. I'm also the founder of Subscription Prescription, which is a content and consulting company that helps brands across the spectrum with subscriptions. So, let's get right into it. Subscriptions. A lot of the way that I like to teach and help people approach or understand subscriptions is kind of starting with some fundamentals, getting into the basics, because I think that those basic building blocks are sometimes forgotten, and they're the key pieces that you need to understand so that you can figure out how to build a really powerful and engaging subscription program that is both profitable for you and one that your customers enjoy the experience. So, subscriptions, recurring revenue. We all want that. Brings a lot of predictability, allows us to plan. It's something that we can borrow against in the business if we need. It's something that can grow and provide a lot of opportunity, right? It's also providing an opportunity for a stronger level of engagement with our customers. In many instances, subscriptions are a set and forget mentality, but for many brands, it's actually an opportunity for greater engagement. And that greater engagement can often mean more sales, or product information on what else you should be launching. So for example, for many of you here, if you're selling beef products and you find that your customers are really interested in a variety of beef, chicken, and fish, you could start finding ways to add other products into your subscription. Being able to plan the product you need to be able to sell to your customers also makes things a lot more convenient. And it also makes it a lot easier to acquire customers. If we know that we're going to get somebody on a 6, 9, 12-month subscription, that it makes it easier to be able to afford a higher acquisition cost depending on if you're using Facebook ads or Google or affiliates or some other thing. Now, subscriptions, while the idea of some kind of set and forget mentality seems nice, or the idea that we want somebody to buy from us on repeat does sound great, there are a few things that make subscriptions hard. One of these is development and implementation costs, meaning how are you going to sell this? Are you going to use a Shopify store? Are you going to use a subscription app add-on? Are you going to be selling through WooCommerce and trying to find the right plugin? And so each of these things have inherent limitations, meaning some things you can do on Shopify that you can't do on WooCommerce, some things on WooCommerce or Magento that you can't do on Shopify. And different apps, while they might do 60, 70, 80% of all the same things, there can be some key differences in what you need for your business. I think another big problem is a lack of true data, because it's often hard to tie together something between like somebody clicked on a Facebook ad, they were on your page, they ended up subscribing, and then when they cancel, being able to tie all that information together. So it can be really difficult to understand what's kind of happening, what data you should be paying attention to, but that is some of the things we're going to cover today, so don't worry. I've worked with hundreds of subscription brands, so when I talk about keys to effective program, I'm talking about the things that I've seen work in comparison to the things that I've seen that don't work. So the first thing I want to start with is don't get lost in the weeds and overcomplicate this. Start with a minimum viable product. That's what an MVP is. So if you're selling a great cut of beef, there's your subscription. You don't need to make it super complicated with adding on all these extra benefits and all these extra things. And it comes in certain types of on every second Tuesday and a third Thursday, and making it really, really intricate or complicated. Do not go down that road just yet. If you think about some really great subscription programs out there like ButcherBox, Dollar Shave Club, and those types of programs, they've had years of testing and implementation of growing their program, getting feedback from customers, and testing what works for their program. So we're going to talk about the process of building a program, and that process starts with keeping things simple up front. Now, the other thing is to think about what type of a program are you going to be offering to your customers? Are you going to be offering a discount program, which is like you subscribe and save to get 10% off on every one of your orders? Or is it going to be more like a loyalty program where you sign up and you get certain benefits, access to resources, including a discount off of purchases people make on your website? And the final thing is understanding information gathering. So I've talked about you want to start with something simple, a simple offer that you're making, deciding what type of program you're running. Information gathering comes down to understanding what customers are choosing on your website, how people are subscribing, implementing things like post-purchase surveys and cancellation surveys so that you're collecting the reasons why. We're going to get into more of those. But having a great information gathering system in place is going to give you the tools you need to figure out where to go with the program. Okay, so what makes a good minimum viable product? We want to cover the basics related to discounts and frequency, meaning are we going to offer 10% off or 20% off? How often are we going to get it? Is a subscription going to be every week, every 2 weeks, every month? Thinking about the notifications we're going to send to customers. A lot of these can be automated, meaning I want to send an email whenever an order is going to come up or whenever an order is processed. Most systems are going to be able to automate that for you, but you do want to have them set up. Is there going to be a customer portal? And again, this is something that a subscription app should be able to offer for you. Like QPilot does this, is a subscription portal where your customers are going to be able to, when they log into your website, log into their My Account page, they're going to be able to see their subscription and be able to manage that order. When we're talking about something perishable, like fresh food, like beef, we want to make sure this is really, really important, because if somebody's going to be out of town, if they're moving, if something's changing, they need to be able to easily contact you or manage that themselves so that that food doesn't go to waste and that you don't have an angry customer on your hands. And then we want good data, right? We want reports and information related to how our customers are interacting and how the subscription program is performing over time. I think the final thing to think about when we're talking about a minimum viable product is what I would call the offer. So when we think about an offer, this is the reason why somebody is going to subscribe to you. Is it because they're getting the number one cut of beef out there? Is it because it's packaged in a certain way, because it's coming from a locally sourced farmer? Thinking about all those options, the offer can also include different sizes, whether you're getting a pound or 5 pounds, whether you're getting 10% off or 20% off, whether you're getting free shipping or other perks or benefits. I saw a really cool ad the other day where if you subscribed to a monthly meat box, you would also get chicken wings for life as free as a part of subscribing for that. And it kind of blew me away because I love chicken wings. I've just recently discovered an air fryer and I'm cooking those all the time. My family loves them. And it was almost enough to get me to subscribe to a beef subscription that I'm not sure I would use as much, but I was thinking, wow, this is a really, really great tool to get something free that I would really want for not that much. So thinking about that offer and what we're going to use to get people to buy from us, the subscription, is what makes a really great minimum viable product. When we're talking about discounts, we can think about discounts meaning checkout versus a recurring price, meaning at checkout, you might get 20% off, but every month on the subscription, you get 10% off. A lot of brands treat those as the same, but you can think through, do you want a higher one initially and just keep it lower over time? I like things to be consistent because I think it's a little bit easier for customers, but it's something to think about. You should also be thinking about discounts as like an exchange of value. This is something where you're offering your customer the option to get something predictable for you, predictable for them, and there's going to be a discount involved because they're committing to you for that. I would always say start with 5 or 10% when you're testing check. I would say always start with 5 or 10% when you're testing discounts because you don't want to try to have to roll back a bigger discount. I would rather find out if I could sell my product on a 10% discount than I would on a 20% or 30% to start, because I can always use specials to make things go faster, right? So if you have a 10% discount and you wanted to run a special over a weekend to see if that would boost people buying your product, that's easy to do. Frequencies. Think about the common repurchase points for your product and thinking about how people are going to be consuming them. So if we're talking about, say, a set of 2 steaks that somebody is getting, you could offer that on, is that a weekly basis or a bi-monthly basis? What are the most common ways that people want to get 2 steaks delivered to their home? Or if it's several pounds of beef, of ground beef, how often are people going to be consuming that amount? And you want to be able to offer that. Now, it's also really important to explain to people how much they're getting of something. So if it's 2 8-ounce steaks, I think that's easy for people to understand. But if we're talking about weight, we want to explain like how many servings this is or how many people this is going to feed, because you want your customers to be able to see at a glance and do the math very quickly in their head of how often they're going to want something like this. And so you can also invest a little bit more in copy that's talking to that idea of, hey, like twice a month have steaks with your partner. So that would be like a 4-month steak subscription or a 2 steak subscription that's happening every 2 weeks, if that makes sense. You want to keep it as consistent as possible across your website so that people can understand that. Keep it straightforward. You don't want to make it too complicated like Third Wednesday or anything like that. And explaining usage, like I was mentioning, you want to make it really, really clear and obvious what people are getting so that they know how often they could get it. And the best part is you can actually suggest how often they should get it. Another really important part of a great subscription program is understanding customer experience. So I want to set the stage with you, the expectation that customers are going to cancel. This is going to happen. And so you need to be ready to be able to help people with that process. So internally, if you're getting requests, emails, or phone calls, you need to be able to have your team to be able to manage those, to be able to help people cancel or change their subscription. And then as well as having a portal or something on your website where people can manage that for themselves. This is really, really important. If you think about it, most of your subscribers at any given time are probably going to be happy and not needing to change anything. But the problem is you're going to have 10, 20, maybe even 30% of your customers that on a given month have something come up or want to change something. And you want to be really, really careful because that 10 or 20% can often be the difference between a really profitable subscription program or an unprofitable one. So we need to make sure that we're servicing the people that need changes to happen. Within QPilot, we've seen some really interesting data that when you enable those types of changes, you actually make those customers more profitable. They have higher LTV or lifetime value than customers that don't make changes. It's really fascinating. But somebody who changes their product out or changes their frequency can be, say, 200% more valuable than customers that don't. Now, there are always some operational considerations when we're talking about subscription programs. So that's managing a lot of the different SKUs. And that might mean is on your website or within your inventory management system, are you offering a separate product for subscriptions or not? Or is it the same SKU? Understanding how orders are going to be created, managed, and fulfilled is really, really important. As I mentioned before, if customers are requesting changes, setting up some notifications. Most of those should be automated through your platform that you're using or your subscription app, but you also want to be thinking about onboarding emails. Like if somebody subscribes to you, you can send them an onboarding set of emails so they understand what they're getting. And of course, shipping costs. These are all the things you're probably thinking about in your business, but I do want to mention that within subscriptions, there can sometimes be a little bit of variety. You want your system set up to make this as automated as possible so it's easy for your team. Now, information gathering. I mentioned how critical this is, and I want to talk about a few simple ways you can implement this on your website and in your customer experience to take advantage of what your customers are willing to tell you. I'm a huge fan of post-purchase surveys. So if you think about this as somebody's going to check out on your website, they put in their credit card information, they see a confirmation page, and then there's a survey that launches asking them questions like, why did you subscribe today? Why did you pick this product? Where did you hear about us? These are really important place to start gathering information because your customers are going to give you some really critical data here around what they're expecting or hoping for on the subscription. And this information is really important because you can start to understand why somebody bought from you. One of the biggest mistakes I see a lot of brands make, both big and small, and I think one of the biggest opportunities for you launching your subscription program comes down to asking customers things like, why did you subscribe today? The reason for this is because while it might be obvious what you're selling, again, say you're selling steaks. People want to buy steaks from you. The reasons why they want to buy them can be really, really important. Are they buying them because they're hosting a lot of dinner parties? Are they buying them because they feel like they can't get access to good meat locally? Is it because they want something different in their diet or variety from what they would normally eat? The idea is you want to gather this information because as a brand, you already have assumptions around why you launched your brand and why you launched your product. And a lot of times those can be accurate, but the mistake is assuming that you're right all the time. So you want customers to start telling you things. Why did you buy this? Because you're going to start uncovering some information that's going to be really powerful for your brand or that you could use in your marketing. And also if somebody's saying, hey, I'm expecting the freshest product possible, but you deliver frozen, then maybe you're not delivering on an expectation and you need to change some of the copy on your website. So that's where the opportunity is to make some changes and to improve the customer experience. The other thing is making it easy to understand when somebody cancels or churns. So churn is a term that means in subscriptions, somebody's canceling, right? You've churned them, they're gone. You want to be able to use some kind of survey tool. There's some great ones out there. Upsello is one that I'm a fan of, where when somebody hits the cancel button, that's going to launch a survey asking them reasons why they've canceled. You want to collect those reasons. And a tool like Upsello is great because it'll let you start making an offer to get somebody to stay, right? Extra discount on their next order or get a free product on your next order. But the beauty is once you start taking the data around that post-purchase experience and expectation, the reasons why somebody canceled, You can marry those two things together to get a pretty big picture view of your subscription program. A great story of how this whole thing works is a company called I Heart Dogs. They sell pet food. They've got a great mission because they donate a portion of all their sales to feeding shelter pets. Now, they were running subscriptions for a couple of years, and they were collecting cancellation reasons. And one of the cancellation reasons they found came down to having too much product. And when they got into the why of why customers had too much product, it was because they didn't know how much food they should order on the product page, because dogs come in different sizes. So I Heart Dogs invested some time in updating their website page so that it was easy to pick based on a small, medium, or large dog. And based on what you picked, it gave you the right subscription option you should try. What happened for them was they saw like a 30% increase on initial conversions because they were more clearly understanding. They were more clearly explaining what people should buy. And they saw a 40% increase in retention because now the number one reason why people were leaving had been answered. So that's the goal here, is we don't need to worry about getting too complicated and making a really, really fancy product page. We want to get information and feedback from our customers around what they're expecting, what's working and what's not working, and then we make those choices on design changes. Okay, I want to talk briefly about picking software because I know that this is a really big question when we're in subscriptions, especially if you have a Shopify store. There are a million Shopify apps, and just yesterday, Shopify announced that they have a free version of subscription app that you could enable on your store. The biggest thing I want you to keep in mind is, what is your MVP? What is the most important thing to your program? Is it the ability for customers to make changes to their order? Is it to make it really, really simple to upsell into the order? Is it really easy to make bundles or break apart bundles? There's a lot of little interesting intricacies related to a subscription program. So I want you to think about your minimum viable product. What is the basic set of features that you need? So if you're just selling a basic subscription of a single product or a single set of products, then maybe that free app version on Shopify is a great place to start for you because you can just start going. You always want to compare the features that you need and the cost you're going to get for them. Another mistake that a lot of brands make is they see a really, really fancy bell or whistle on a program. Say it's got a special email marketing add-on that you can use in Klaviyo. But if you don't know if that actual tool is making business for your company, why pay for it? So understanding the benefit, the ROI you're going to get from a feature, balanced against the cost of it. The other thing is thinking about, you can always, switching software is getting easier and easier if you're on Shopify and on WooCommerce. But Shopify specifically, if you're starting out somewhere, you know that you can grow into other programs and things that might cost more and have more flexibility and more functions or features that you need. So it's getting a lot easier because of the way Shopify has designed their subscription program to start with something basic and graduate, in a sense, to a more complicated and expensive software. Some of the things you can think about when you're evaluating software is, how much control do you have in setting up the discounts or frequencies or notifications you need? What happens when a customer wants to change an order themselves, or when you need to change an order for them? How easy it is to do that? Are there any operational considerations related to how that system might be tracking inventory, or how you're managing bundles and shipping costs as well? Okay, so when we're talking about great subscription programs, we're thinking about how we're setting them up. The other big question out there is churn. Customers cancel. One of the most important things I can urge you to do is to do your best to try to find out why customers are canceling. This is really critical, as I mentioned, because this is really critical, as I mentioned earlier, because there's a lot of things you can do to address those issues once you start to understand. Is there an issue with the packaging? Are some of the shipments not showing up as fresh as customers are expecting? Is there something wrong with how often they think they should be eating it? Those are all questions you can address with a tool like Upzello to try to get somebody to change their frequency, say, if they don't want the product as often as possible. Or you can use some of those reasons to go back to the beginning, like I mentioned with the I Heart Dogs example, and craft a better experience up front so people know what's going to happen. The next thing is understanding what is happening to your customers over the life of a subscription. Most subscription programs in the first or second months have a lot of drop off. People get it one time, decide maybe they don't really want it, and then they're going to cancel. And then you'll usually get in the third, fourth, maybe fifth or sixth month, you start to settle in where there's a lot more consistency over time. I always urge brands to look at where the big, I call it a cliff. So it's the idea of, say, month one, you get 100% of your orders go out because people are ordering, but month two might be like 85%. Month three might be 70%. Month four might be 65%. So if we can go from 70 to 65, that's only a 5% drop off, if you're following along with what I'm saying. The idea is you want to try to track at what point does it go from kind of the danger zone when you're dropping people a lot every month to the month where things kind of settle out. And there's a lot of tools like within Recharge or QPilot or others where they'll show like it's basically a graph, like a cohort analysis. And you can pay attention to month over month how customers are performing. I think it's really critical to look at that because you want to understand what stage you're trying to get somebody to so that they'll stick around longer. The other thing is when we're doing tests, we want to use an approach called cohort analysis. Cohort is just another term for group, but basically if we're going to offer a special on discounts, say Labor Day weekend, you're going to offer a special. You want to be able to group everybody in that special that use that discount to compare them to the rest of your program to see how things compare so that you have an understanding of how that group is performing and if your test was effective or not. Okay, so we've talked a lot about the basics and fundamentals of a great subscription program with the offer, understanding how churn works. Let's talk about scale and where scale comes from. Let's talk about scale and where scale comes from. So there's really two ways to improve a subscription program. You can either improve conversions, meaning you get better at getting people into the subscription program, or you can improve retention, which is you're getting better at keeping people in the program for a longer time period. Now, I'm here to tell you there's actually a really interesting approach that I preach all the time about how these two things happen. And we're going to actually get into the fact that great retention actually starts with better conversions. So let's dive into this. If we want to look at improving both retention and conversion, we can actually do that by doing a better job on the conversion side of things. First place to start in improving conversions is thinking about how we talk about the program. I suggest that every brand have a dedicated page explaining how the Subscribe and Save program works. So there's an example here from a brand called New Leaf. If you click on that Subscribe and Save, it explains the program, the discounts they're going to get, how it works, how often, how easy does it change and manage. I think that's really important. The other thing is using a pop-up to describe what values are included in the program. So if you're talking about your product page, you can have a little bit of like that I button that people can either hold their mouse over or click, and it's going to expand to show, hey, this is all that comes in this program. The ability to pause, skip, or cancel at any time, the discounts you're going to get, the benefits you're going to get, and then really getting good at making updates or improvements to your product page, investing in great copy or messaging related to what benefits you get, why somebody should subscribe in the first place, what goes into making your beef product. Understanding usage, being able to explain how often somebody should be buying something and why is really important. And then ultimately taking an approach of A/B testing. What can I test on my website? What can I test on my product page to see how it can influence conversion? So there are quite a few things that you can test on your site, which is price, discount, other offers or add-ons. Like I mentioned with the story before of free chicken wings for life. That was a really interesting offer. What else can you add or test to add? What else can you test to see if you can drive stronger conversions? Now, the goal here is to take any information we're getting from the cancellation side and from the post-purchase survey tool we're using to talk to our customers to try to improve and do a better job of explaining what's included in the subscription and what people should be excited about so that you can drive the more customers into the subscription program. When we're thinking about retention, there's a huge movement where some brands don't like notifying their customers about their order because whenever they do that, they feel like their cancellations go up. I personally believe that's a short-term solution and that you should be focusing on engagement with your customers. Now, There are certain types of customers, like for me, example, if you can see I'm bald, I'm a Dollar Shave Club subscriber. I don't pay any attention to any of their marketing materials. I get what I get. I like it. If I have any issues, I make the changes myself. And so there are going to be a lot of customers that are like that. They're just going to get what they get. You're never going to hear from them. They're not going to engage with you. That's fine. But the opportunity that you have in your brand is to uncover the types of customers that are willing to engage with you a little bit more. The ones that are willing to give you feedback, that are willing to try other offers, that are willing to try upsells, different types of products. Those customers are going to be more profitable from you. Those customers are going to be more profitable for your business. So we want to create ways to make a program that works for those types of customers. So it's a little more flexible, has better notifications or engagement for them. You always want to know the reasons why people cancel. As I mentioned before, several reasons behind this comes back to how you can both improve it to keep them around longer, but also being able to make offers to them to keep them on the program even longer. And you also want to pay attention to order failure reasons. This is going to happen in any subscription program. You're going to have errors related to payments that aren't being updated. Maybe something's wrong with somebody's address. You were out of stock for a certain subscription. You want to pay attention to those and address those within your program. Now, some of the ways you can test on your retention. Some of the ways you can test on your subscription program to do a better job of keeping customers around longer is using different types of incentives. And I've got a big list here and I'm going to run through these for you. So the first thing is thinking about one of the options that I like testing is being able to offer free shipping to subscribers, but you charge shipping for people that don't subscribe. So that's a big difference between the types of people that you want to attract, right? So you might be worried about not offering free shipping to everybody, and that might be, you're going to lose out on one-time purchases. But the idea is we want to push more and more people to the subscription option. That's what we want to be testing for. So having an incentive like free shipping is a great way to start with that. You could also use free gifts. Free gifts are really fun, including in sample products. I kind of include these two things are pretty similar. A free gift could be something like a hat, a mug, a t-shirt. It also could be a product like, hey, we decided to send you this special cut of chicken this month for you to try in addition to your regular order. One of the things that's really beautiful about that is people like that, right? It's this free option you have. Oh, wow, like that's extra value, but it's also an opportunity for you to sell more into that subscriber. So when you're doing something like that, you can include an insert that explains the product and what it is and have a QR code if somebody wants to add that to their next order. You can also look at employing loyalty points. So for example, someone's earning 50 points on every order, and at 500 points, they get a free product. That's another way to add an extra bit of incentive for somebody. You can try deeper discounts. So I mentioned when we're talking about that cliff on retention, that say like month 3 into month 4 is where you really want to get people, because once somebody hits month 4, they stick around for a lot longer. So when month 3 is happening or coming up, you let people know, hey, on your next order, we're giving you an extra 20% off so that you can enjoy this order, right? So the idea is you're letting somebody know it's about to happen so that they don't just go cancel on you, but letting them know that they're getting a deeper discount is going to suppress that urge they might have to go and cancel the order right away. And so that they can try it again, and you get them more and more into that safe zone so they'll stick around longer. Another interesting option I've seen a brand use is called progressive discounts, meaning the longer you're on the program, the better your discount is. The problem with this is it's not always great for acquisition, but it's really, really keeping around loyal customers. You can also think about special offers. What can you do that's a little bit different or that's special, unique to your brand, and that your customers are really going to resonate with? A great example of this might be content. Say you're filming have a professional chef that's showing lots of different ways to dress and prepare the meat that you're sending everybody on a given month. That can be a great way to add a little extra incentive and value to the subscription. And finally, bundles is another great thing you should be looking at. So if somebody's ordering your most popular SKU item, your most popular cut of beef, and you know that your second most popular is this type of chicken, you should be looking at ways you can try to upsell those or bundling those together so there's more value for your customer. Okay, So just to kind of recap a lot of what we've covered over today, I want you to, when you're thinking about your when you're thinking about your subscription program, I want you to start simple. I want you to keep it almost basic. Focus on collecting data, using post-purchase surveys, cancellation surveys, and learn from your customers. Think about how you can improve your offer and test that offer. Is that adding something like free chicken wings for life? Is it adding an extra discount? Is it adding in content? Is it adding in more emphasis on the freshness or features related to that product? Thinking about how you can present that to the customer is going to be the best way you have to try to grow and acquire more customers. You always want to help customers help themselves, so educate them on your website, in onboarding emails to the program, how they can make changes, what goes into your subscription. Giving people information related to the nature and quality of your product is never going to go wrong for your customers. And then in order to fight against churn, you want to use data, right? So we want to think about where the drop-off points are. What are the reasons why people are canceling? Can you be proactive in addressing those issues early on in the program, or can you make some kind of special or offer to keep people around longer? And that's it. I hope that you found that of value. If you're interested in getting some insight or feedback from me on your specific program, please reach out to me on LinkedIn, Matthew Holman, on Twitter as Subscription Doc. I have a subscription newsletter that you can subscribe to as well. Just Google subscription prescription newsletter and it'll come right up. Or you can find my links on LinkedIn or Twitter. I've got some free guides for you too if you'd like. And that's it. Thank you for listening. I hope you found this helpful.
Hi, this is Perry Marshall, and I'm really excited to be talking to farmers about 80/20. I have a very good friend who is a sustainable farming and agriculture expert, and when we get together, we always talk about the parallels between agriculture and ecosystems and business, how they're really very much the same. And so I'm really happy to be talking to you guys today, and I'd like to put my slides on the screen and tell you a little bit about farming in my own background. This is my father-in-law, Ron, my wife's dad, and he's with our daughter, Zaylin, who's adopted from China. And this picture was taken in Nebraska on Ron's tractor. He was a farmer all of his life. He died about a year ago. And then I have another adopted son named ZJ, and this is him next to his foster dad in China. This guy is a rice farmer in central China, and he found ZJ abandoned at a train station when he was an infant and took him in and took care of him until he was 6 years old. And this is 4 years ago. We went back to China and we actually found him, which we were very lucky to do because we had almost no information about him, but we found him anyway. So also my grandfather on my dad's side was a farmer. He was a tobacco farmer in North Carolina. So I have affection for farmers. So let's get into this today. I was in Greenland only a couple of weeks ago. Greenland has got to be one of the most underrated countries in the world. It's absolutely fabulously beautiful. And in Greenland, I only saw cows one time, and it was on this farm. You don't see the cows because they were afraid of people and they kind of ran away. They don't see people very often. But we visited this farm, and in the foreground, you see that the grass is very green. And then in the background, you see it's brown. And it was very obvious to me from going all around Greenland, which is mostly tundra. There's not a huge amount of grass in Greenland. There's some, but it's mostly moss and lichen and little shrubs and little flowers. There definitely is grass, but not as much as most countries. But the farm had more grass than almost any other place that we went. And it was very obvious to me, and I'm a city kid, like I'm not a farmer, but it was very obvious to me, cows don't consume grass, cows create grass. It was very obvious that this grass was here because the cows are eating it and fertilizing it, eating it and fertilizing it. And I am very simpatico with sustainable farming and sustainable agriculture. In fact, I believe that not only is sustainable farming and agriculture a major key to human health, reducing health costs, making people happier and healthier and better adjusted, it's also a major key to the environmental problems that everybody's talking about. And when you go to Greenland, they always talk about that because of global warming, and it changed. Greenland has glaciers and ice and all of that. And so it always comes up. And I think you guys are a huge part of the answer to that problem, as opposed to a lot of other solutions that people are proposing. And you could never convince me that that cows are destructive to the environment, at least not if they're raised in an environmentally, ecologically consistent way. So all the more reason I'm very happy to be talking to you guys today. So 80/20, we are talking today about making more money without creating new customers or new products, getting more results in less time, simplifying your life. 80/20 reduces waste. In fact, I really believe that a full understanding of 80/20, which most people have heard of it, most people have some vague idea what it is, most people really don't understand it. If you really understand 80/20, it's one of the most powerful things you will ever learn, and you will apply it every single day of your business life. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. And I am going to unpack 80/20 for you today. Let me tell you a story that illustrates how 80/20 relates to sales and marketing. I have a friend named John Paul Mendoza. This is a picture of him on the left. John was 17 years old, dropped out of high school, hitchhiked to Las Vegas, and became a professional gambler. And within a few weeks, he was living by his wits, had a fake ID, going into casinos, playing poker with people, and living on his earnings. And he found it was a little harder than he thought it was going to be. And he went to a bookstore where they had a bunch of gambling books, and he was looking at all the gambling books in the bookstore, and he got into a conversation with a guy named Rob. And Rob, turns out, ran a professional gambling ring. And John said, "Do you think you could teach me to do what you guys do?" And Rob said, "For a percentage of your winnings, I can teach you what I do." And they shook on it. And Rob agreed to be John's teacher. And jump in the Jeep, John, we're going for a ride. So they go out of the store, get in the Jeep, driving down the highway. John says, "So, how do I win more poker games?" And Rob says, "You have to play with people who are going to lose. And those people are called marks. You don't play other professional gamblers. You play the 18-year-old from Wichita, Kansas, whose grandmother gave him $5,000 of inheritance money, and he thinks he's going to go to Lost Wages and win a bunch of money. And that's the kid you want." And he says, "Where do I find that person?" And Rob says, "Here, I'll show you." And he pulls into the parking lot of a strip club, and he walks into this building. There's women, loud rock and roll, people drinking, all the things you'd expect to find in a place like that. sits down at a table, pulls a sawed-off shotgun out of his jacket, which he carried everywhere he went. He opens the chamber and he slams it shut, and it goes in the middle of this loud club. There's loud music playing, and in this loud club, there's a few people. They hear that sound, and these biker dudes over in the corner, they all turn around like, who made that noise? And the owner comes over to the table and says, hey, what's going on over here? It's okay. Just teaching the lad a lesson. Don't worry about us. John, did you see those dudes turn around when they heard that noise? Yeah. Don't play poker with them. They're not marks. Play poker with everybody else. And that is what John calls racking the shotgun. And everything you do in marketing is racking the shotgun. It separates the 20% from the 80%. You send an email. Some people open it, some people don't. Rack the shotgun. Some people click on the link and some people don't. Rack the shotgun. Some people sign up for the Zoom call. Some people don't. Rack the shotgun. Some people attend the Zoom call. Some people don't. Rack the shotgun. Some people buy stuff on the Zoom call. Some people don't. Rack the shotgun. Rack, 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 rack the shotgun. And the most important thing, every time you rack the shotgun, it's not the people who ignored you, which is what most people obsess about. It's about the people who actually paid attention. Because 80-20 says there's an extraordinarily large level of inequality. And the people that are interested are super interested. And the people that are apathetic, there's nothing you can do about it. So let's go on to apply this. So 80-20 was discovered about 100 years ago by an Italian economist named Vilfredo Pareto. And he observed that in every country he studied, seemingly regardless of the economic system they use or who their government was, 20% of the people owned 80% of the real estate and land and wealth, and 80% of the people were dividing up the other remaining 20%, which meant that the haves had 16 times more than the have-nots. And it was true everywhere. And 80-20 says 20% of your effort produces 80% of your results. And this isn't just a business thing or just an economics thing. It's an everything thing. 80-20 is everywhere. It is a law of nature. It applies to rabbit populations and farms and fish and the size of craters on the moon and the size of stars and the size of planets and the size of fortunes and wealth and the number of books in your library and who owns the most watches and who owns the most real estate and who owns the most domain names. It applies to just about everything. And it's fractal. And this is maybe the most important part. It's fractal, which means there's a pattern inside the pattern inside the pattern inside the pattern. So 80-20 says 20% of your work produces 80% of your money. In other words, 4% of what you do produces 64% of what you get. And then it's true again, 20% of 20% of 20% produces 80% of 80% of 80%. So that means 1% of what you do produces 50% of what you get. 50% of your money that you made last year came from 1% of the phone calls you made, or 1% of the emails you sent, or 1% of the people that you talked to. And the other 99% of your effort only produced the other 50%. So there's huge inequality. Of course, everybody knows that now, very different than hundreds of years ago, 1% of the people produce 50% of the food. Well, when you apply fractal to that, it also says that 1% of the 1% produce 50% of the 50%. So 0.01% of the people in the world produce 25% of the food. This is how 80-20 works, and it's everywhere. And it astounds me that they don't teach this in school. But it's true. So this applies immediately to customers. Most people treat all their customers basically the same. I got 30 customers, give all of them 3.3% of my time, that adds up to 100%, and I'm treating everybody fairly. Well, no, that's wrong. Because if you have 30 customers, here's what it really looks like. One big customer generates as much business as 2 medium customers, which is equal to 4 smaller customers, which is equal to 8 smaller customers, which is equal to 16 tiny customers. And this is how customers really spend their money in reality. So if you want to spend your time wisely, you spend a fifth of your time with the biggest customer, a fifth of your time with the 2 next biggest customers, a fifth of your time with all of the low-grade customers, and that actually maximizes your income. And so the inequality of 80-20 and the math of 80-20 applies to revenue, crop selection, crop production, land production, the size of insurance claims, the use of your equipment, pests and disease. 1% of the diseases produce 50% of your fatalities or your crop failures. Legal issues, 1% of your legal issues, 50% of your legal issues come from 1% of your customers. Phone calls are ridiculously unequal. Most of them are unimportant. A very few of them are extremely important. Same with emails. Sources of environmental problems, the virility of your cows or your chickens or your pigs, turnover of employees, the size of clients, it's all 80-20. And so everybody's used to seeing bell curves, and everybody talks about averages, and everybody understands what averages are. And, you know, if you're into statistics, people talk about medians and means, but those things are not nearly as important. So, for example, in school, you take a science test and the teacher hands out the results and says, well, the average score in the class was 77%. And everybody thinks about average. Well, average isn't really important because the average kid in the class is never going to be a scientist. They're going to go do something else. And the score that they got on the science test in the grand scheme of things doesn't really matter much at all. And you all know this. Meanwhile, there's 1 or 2 kids in the class, and let's show what that looks like. If we were to graph the ability of the students in the class differently, so if we had 100 students in the class and we measured the science horsepower of each one of these students, it would go on a curve like this, where 80% of the horsepower is in the red part, which is the top 20%, and only 20% of the horsepower is in the black part, which is 80% of the class. And so each one of these red lines is literally showing you the horsepower of each student. And if you look at the last column on the right, that red line actually goes off the chart. It goes way higher than what this chart can show, which is to say, in a class of 100 people, one of those kids is a science turbo. He's going to be a professor. He's going to be a researcher. He's going to, get a job doing research at some company and invent some new compound or a new chemical or something like that. And that's how the world really works. And those very few people on the right side are way more important than the many, many people on the left side. And by the way, this curve it's a calculus curve that I developed some years ago. It was published in Harvard Business Review. And this curve describes almost everything. So on the screen, the white is 80-20 theory, and the yellow curve is the actual. This is the dairy output of 38 counties in Wisconsin. This is this shows you how accurately 80-20 can make a prediction. So if we know that Southwest Airlines did $15 billion and they were number 171 on the Fortune 500, that's what that looks like. You know, that yellow arrow says, okay, so that's where Southwest is on the spectrum of Fortune 500 companies. And you can predict the size of every other company on the Fortune 500 just from that one stat. So this is the actual size of the Fortune 500 companies on the yellow line next to the theoretical white line. That's how accurate 80-20 is. This is the population of US cities. Yellow is actual, white is theoretical. This is donations to a church on a particular Sunday morning. So 80-20 is absolutely everywhere. And one of the consequences of 80-20 is something that we call the 21-20 rule. And the 21-20 rule says that 20% of your business last year, so think in terms of 20% of your customers, 20% of your product line, 20% of your employees, the very best 20% of your business produced 120% of the profits that you made last year. 60% of what you did broke even, it just kept the lights on. And 20% of what you did last year lost money. And it brought the 120% that you almost made to the 100% that you actually made. So there's a black part that is profitable in your business. There is a red part that is unprofitable. It is negatively profitable. And all you have to do is get rid of the bottom 20%. And you immediately make 20% more money. And this is true in almost anything. So for example, 20% of the chapters of any book are really great. And they're the part that people remember and they talk about. It's the stories they repeat. And it's why people buy the book. And it's why people reread the book. And then most of the chapters are just average. And then there's always one or two chapters that they actually turn people off. The chapter shouldn't even be there. They got to chapter 3. Chapter 3 was terrible. They stopped reading because they got bored and they didn't go on. So once you understand this, you realize that there's incredible power in subtracting. You make more money by doing less. So let's walk you through how you actually do this. Because if you just amputate 20% of your business, or you just fire 20% of your customers, you just discontinue 20% of your product line, you're probably going to create a disaster because things are very entangled. And so here's what you do to do this. Now, people usually only do this when there's a crisis. They only do it in a recession, or maybe a vendor didn't pay them, or a client didn't pay them, and now they're behind, or they can't meet payroll or something. But you obsessively eliminate the bottom 20%. You obsessively focus on the top 20%, and you do this surgically. So you don't just fire 20% of your employees, let's say. You get rid of 3%. Most people who have several employees have one that really needs to go. And they don't want to admit it to themselves, but this person is dragging the business behind. And what most people don't realize is a bad employee costs you 5 times to 14 times their salary. So if you've got 30 employees, it's almost guaranteed one of them needs to go. So you need to get rid of them. You need to subtract 3% of your customers. You have clients who are losing you money. You don't make any money by serving them. And that might be true of 10 or 15% of your customers. And you might not even know it. But there are 3%. You know who they are. They consume enormous amounts of support tickets or negotiation time, or they drive away your best employees, or they make everybody miserable, or they negotiated such a low price with you that you don't make any money and you wonder why you're even selling this to them. Discontinue, subtract 3% of your services, 3% of your products. If you have a product line with 10, 20, 30 products, I can just about guarantee you're taping dollar bills to one of those products every single time it goes out the door. You're not making any money. If you can't bring yourself to discontinue that product, double the price of it. If people really want it, they will pay for it. Get rid of 3% of your vendors and purchases. Get a price concession or a better negotiation with 3% of your vendors. Get rid of 3% of your distributors, reps, resellers, installers, channel partners, whatever you call them. Get rid of 3% of your recurring bills and payments and subscriptions. This is an interesting one. Get rid of 30% of the books that you think you need to read, but deep down you really know you don't need to read them. And get rid of 30% of your gurus, experts, and consultants. Why? Because you can't follow the advice of 17 people. You end up with this incompatible mishmash of advice. This is a client of mine. He's actually quite famous. Mattress Mac of Gallery Furniture in Houston, Texas, aka Jim McInvale. Gallery Furniture is the largest furniture chain in Houston, and they have 4 huge stores, and they do not sell children's furniture. They sell beds, they sell mattresses. That's their bread and butter. It's what they're most famous for. They sell dining room sets and living room sets and couches and chairs. They don't sell children's furniture. Why? He says you can't make money on it. And you have to stop and think about why would that be? Well, parents that are buying furniture for their children, usually the children are younger. Younger parents don't have as much money. Everybody sells children's furniture because they want to attract more customers. And they used the 21-20 rule to figure out that they actually lost money by selling children's furniture. So they just don't have it. And it seems like a pretty obvious omission. But think about how you could go to a furniture store and never notice that they don't sell children's furniture, especially if you weren't shopping for children's furniture in the first place. So they sell higher margin items to people who want them, because keep in mind, if they want children's furniture, they can go to the store down the street. You need to apply this principle to what you do. How do you make more money by not selling something? You are under no moral obligation to sell everything that you can sell. Really, you should only be selling 20% of what you sell and spending a lot more effort getting the profitable, easy 20% to sell more. This is a chart from my book, 80-20 Sales and Marketing. And it's probably one of the most useful charts you'll ever see in business. And it categorizes marketing tasks in there's $10 hour work, there's $100 an hour work, there's $1,000 an hour work, and there's $10,000 an hour work. And it breaks it down where, running errands and cold calling and doing really routine stuff. There's lots of stuff that people do. They spend hours every day, and it's really just $10 an hour work. It might be mildly productive, but it's not really getting you anywhere. And what you really want to be doing is not even really the $100 an hour work. It's the $1,000 an hour work. And what most people do is they do $10 an hour work at the expense of the $1,000 an hour work. They put off the $1,000 an hour work until later because they feel a little bit of procrastination. They're a little intimidated by it. If we look at that column, planning and prioritizing your day, writing sales copy, building sales funnels, negotiating with qualified prospects who are actually going to buy something. That stuff takes mental energy, it takes thought, it takes focus, and it's not as mindless as the $10 an hour stuff. And our monkey brain, when it's procrastinating, will default to $10 an hour stuff because it just makes us feel better. But the real leverage is in the $1,000 an hour work. And then notice there's a $10,000 column. When you can improve your unique selling proposition, which is the answer to why should I buy from you instead of anybody else in the world, and creating new and better offers and repositioning yourself in the marketplace, that is $10,000 an hour work. And sometimes that $10,000 an hour work is only occurring for a few minutes. But if you can make $10,000 per hour just for a few minutes every day, your income goes up substantially. Because even a $20 an hour person makes $1,000 an hour, at least a minute a day. So if you have a dentist office and the phone rings and Helen says, "Hello, Wooddale Dental, can you hold please?" And then she puts the person on hold. The person sits on hold for 2 minutes and then they get frustrated and they leave. Well, this person was getting ready to spend $5,000 on a set of new crowns. That dental office just lost $5,000 in 2 minutes. So how many dollars an hour is $5,000 in 2 minutes? Well, if you do the math, it's $150,000 an hour. And Helen is a $20 an hour receptionist. This happens all the time. And it especially happens in the sales process. Most companies drop the ball. They don't answer the phone. They don't return phone calls. They spend all kinds of time with low value customers. They ignore the high value customers. Many, many businesses have one good customer who puts in an order once a year or once a month or once a quarter. And you don't hear from them very often. They pay full price. They don't complain about anything, and nobody thinks about them. Nobody pays attention to them. But it turns out, hour for hour, effort for effort, they're your most profitable customer. And if you got on a plane and went to Oklahoma City and you saw them and you toured their factory or their store and found out what they're all about, you might find out there's 10 more things you could be selling them and they don't even know you make them. So don't ignore those people. Sometimes the squeaky wheel shouldn't get the grease. Now, when you do 80-20, here's what it's going to feel like. It's going to feel like I'm always neglecting something. That's because you are. 80/20 is the opposite of mindless perfectionism. Perfectionism is one of the great enemies of success. Why? Because most things don't need to be perfect. The vast majority of things need to be just good enough. There's a few things, 80/20 things, top 20% things, top 5% things, top 1% things that have to be absolutely as perfect as you can get them. But it's only a few things. There's only a few products in your product line that need to be absolutely perfect. There's only a few parts of your product that need to be absolutely perfect. There's only a few main reasons why most people buy your most popular product. And those are the things that you focus on. If you're doing 80/20, it feels like you have more space in your time and in your day and in your life, which makes most people feel guilty. But it shouldn't. You need space to do your best work. If you're working all the time, that's a false economy. What 80/20 feels like when you're doing it is saying no instead of saying yes, and not being a people pleaser, and doing your business based on what actually makes a profit, what actually makes customers happy, what actually distinguishes you in the marketplace from all of your competition, and not all of these just momentary, impulsive things that are going because of the chatter inside of our heads. There is also a way that people take 80/20 too far. An example that all of you will relate to is the box of cereal that says fortified with 8 vitamins and minerals. Now, I used to work at Kellogg's when I was in college, and they had a station on the assembly line where they would spray the vitamins onto the cornflakes. And it was just these chemicals. And then it would go on to the next stage in the assembly line. Well, I think all of us are smart enough to know that those 8 things sprayed on cereal full of sugar does not constitute a nutritious breakfast. We all know this, but there's a kind of thinking that says, well, there's really just 8 vitamins and minerals, and if you have those, you're going to be fine. So let's just squirt them on. The term for this is reductionism, and it's when you reduce things to much less than what they actually are. And that is not intelligent 80/20. That is unintelligent 80/20. And I'm going over this point to illustrate that 80/20 can be taken to a ridiculous extreme. But having said that, this is not what most people do. Most people are not making that mistake. Most people are not applying 80/20 enough. Going back to customers, most people are paying too much attention to the 15 customers who don't buy anything and chasing them around all the time. And they're not paying enough attention to the one customer that buys everything. A few years ago, I gave a keynote to a conference of certified public accountants. And so I have a room full of CPAs in the room, and I said, how many of you have that client? He sends you his tax return at 6:00 p.m. on April 14. He shows up at your office with a crate full of receipts, and he wants you to do his tax returns, and he sends you 1,000 emails, and he's disorganized, and you have to file for an extension, and he drives you absolutely crazy, and you only make $300. How many of you have that client? And all of these hands go up. And I said, Perry Marshall, best-selling author, keynote speaker, I give you permission to fire that client. you don't have to do his tax return. There's no law of the universe that says on the day you were born and he was born, like that you were destined to have to do his tax returns. You can make a list of those clients and you can send them all a letter and say, hey, we had a board of directors meeting and we're changing the direction of our business. And there's just some customers that we're not going to be able to serve anymore. And I'm really sorry, we can't continue to be your accounting firm. Here's a list of other firms. We'll be happy to send your information over to them and make the transition as easy as possible and just be done with it. And you probably have the same thing in your business. And you need to get rid of customers that aren't a fit for you. And you need to dial in your customers and your product line and all of those things so they're better aligned so that you make the maximum amount of margin on what you sell so that you can be healthy and profitable. There's also the issue of hiring. I do not know any business anywhere that is finding it easy to find good people. And furthermore, I don't think this is going to change anytime soon. If you look at declining populations, especially in Europe and Asia, there is going to be a shortage of good talent as far forward as I can see. And that means that running a good business has everything to do with your ability to effectively hire. And so there's a whole chapter in 80/20 sales and marketing about hiring. And what it comes down to is that you are racking the shotgun for good employees by having an audition instead of an interview. Most people talk to a candidate about what kind of candidate they would be and what kind of work they would do. Where what you should do is, even if you just have to hire them for an hour or a day or a week, you take them for a test drive. You give them a project to do and you see how well they do it. You give them instructions to follow. You see how well they can follow them. That will eliminate a shockingly large number of people. It's incredible. 90% of your candidates will get weeded out instantly just by giving them something that you want them to do where you're going to grade their work. And that instantly racks the shotgun for a much better set of candidates that you can successfully hire. Another really, really powerful thing in marketing is the principle of the $2,700 espresso machine. And here's what it says. It says, for every 2,000 $5 lattes you sell, you are guaranteed to sell at least one $2,700 espresso machine. This means that if you don't have an espresso machine, you're leaving a huge amount of money on the table. Furthermore, it means that the real purpose of a coffee shop is not even selling coffee, it's selling espresso machines. Because if you analyze the profitability, the espresso machine was the thing that pushed them over the top. That was where all the profit was. Let's say there's $1,000 of profit in that espresso machine. That might be the only profit you made all day. And serving cups of coffee just kept the lights on. So the question is, what can you sell for 10 times or even 100 times your regular price that one needle in haystack customer will buy? And very important, please hear what I'm about to say. You don't need new customers to sell the espresso machine. You sell the espresso machine to your existing customer base. Hugely, hugely important. It maximizes the amount of money that you make from every customer by having an espresso machine. Let's talk about 80/20 in online marketing. I'm the guy that wrote the book on Google AdWords and Facebook advertising. These are the best-selling books on these topics. And if you need to advertise on Facebook or Google or TikTok or YouTube, we have books on those topics. When I was figuring out Google AdWords 20 years ago, what I really did, no joke, I understood 80/20. I understood that 80/20 was fractal. I had way less business experience than I have now. But I figured out the whole secret to figuring out a Google campaign, and later on a Facebook campaign, a TikTok campaign, a YouTube campaign, is figuring out the 80/20s. Every column, every statistic, impressions, clicks, cost per impression, cost per click, all of those columns, number of visitors, all of those columns are 80/20. And you apply the 21/20 rule, which is there's a top 20% that makes you money, there's a bottom 20% that loses you money. If you obsessively apply those simple principles to online advertising campaigns, that's how you make money. What my traffic books really are, they are 80/20 books in disguise. They may not always tell you I'm doing 80/20, but really that's what every chapter in these books is doing, is how to apply 80/20 to that particular part of your advertising campaigns. Now, in our modern social media world, there is this thing that we call a social media influencer. And almost everybody who has a business believes or suspects that they need to become a social media influencer in order to be successful and to sell on the internet, to attract new customers and all of that. And so what you have is a whole bunch of people who are trying really, really, really hard to be the next Joe Rogan, the next Jordan Peterson, the next, you name it, the next famous YouTuber, the next Vsauce, the next whoever. And so they drive around in their car and they're doing selfies everywhere, and they're always uploading videos, and they're blogging and liking and tweeting and influencing and commenting and responding to comments. You can drive yourself into oblivion that way. And it is a very unreliable way to be successful. Yes, it works for some people. It works for a very few people. It does not work for the vast majority. In fact, I would say that it really works for less than 5% of the people who try it. And it's not the approach I recommend. The approach that I recommend is called the Make $1 approach. And Make $1 says, I'm going to come up with some business offers. I am going to write some ads for those offers. I'm going to use paid traffic to buy eyeballs and buy clicks to get them to look at what I have to sell. And I'm going to try to sell them something, or at least collect an email address, or at least get them on a phone call or a webinar or something like that. And the goal is to put $1 in and get $1 out. $1 in, $1.01 out. $1 in, $1.10 out. That is much, much easier to make work. I have built my entire career on that. I have tens of thousands of clients who've built entire careers on that. And there are way more people making a living by the Make $1 method than the people who are trying to be the next Joe Rogan. I talk about this in all of my advertising books. This is so important. And here's why the make $1 method works better. Because in the I'm trying to be Joe Rogan method, you are relying on organic free traffic. And the system is already geared to send that traffic to Joe Rogan, not you. When you use the make $1 method, you buy advertising at a bid price, and you have a shot at a person, one person at a time, just on your willingness to spend money. And if you're willing to spend 50 cents a click or $1 a click or $2 a click, you spend $1, you spend $1, you spend $1, you spend $1. Within a few hours, you have stats on your dashboard. Within a few hours, you have visitors to your website. Within a few hours, you have people watching the videos, and you can see what's actually happening. And then you can change it any way you want and try it again. And you can change it again and try it again. That's how you make online businesses work. There are many more online businesses that work that way than work on the I'm going to be a social media influencer way. Then the nice part is, after you get the make $1 stuff to work, you'll eventually pick up some little bits of Joe Rogan, organic traffic, all of that. That will start accumulating behind you if you're successful making $1, because it will have other ancillary payoffs. I want to tell you a quick story about a client of mine. This is Ray Edwards. About 10 years ago, he was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, and his doctor said, Ray, here's the deal with Parkinson's. Parkinson's can be a very manageable disease, and you can last a long time if you keep your stress levels low. And you can beat it for quite a while if you're really healthy about how you approach your life. He said, however, if you're stressed out, if you're immersed in workaholism, if you're driving, pushing yourself all the time, your degenerative disease will just accelerate, and you'll get worse and worse, and you'll die fast, and you'll be immobile, and all the things that you're terrified of. Ray applied 80-20 ruthlessly. He now makes more money than he ever made before, only working about 1 to 2 hours a day. And he sent me this testimonial about my 80-20 work. He said, I am a productivity junkie, and I've done just about every book, training, or system, from Stephen Covey to David Allen. Perry's course has been some of the best teaching on this subject I've ever experienced. In the first session, I reclaimed an extra hour a day. By the third session, I have totally revolutionized how I run my business. Ray Edwards, Spokane, Washington. You can look him up. He's kind of a well-known guy. I have an offer for you. You can get my book, 80-20 Sales and Marketing, for $7, including shipping, by going to sell8020.com. It's $14 if you live outside the United States. I encourage you, buy this book when the book comes in the mail, devour it, and read it not just once, read it 3 times, and read it every year for the rest of your life. This book will completely change the way that you approach work. It will change your life. When you really see 80-20 for what it is, you will see it everywhere, and you will never be able to unsee it. And you will have the ability to walk into any business, your business, anybody else's business. You can even turn this into a consulting career if you want, and walk into any business, find the 80-20 levers, twist the levers, make more money, and get a piece of the action. We need more profitable businesses. We need more sustainable businesses. We need sustainable farmers, grass-fed farmers, direct-to-consumer farmers to be more successful, because you have a place in the world and you need to have every possible shot at success that you can. And I want to help you do that. So go to sell8020.com and pick up a copy of 80/20 Sales and Marketing for $7. It normally sells for $17-18 on Amazon. If you go to Amazon, you'll see it's got over 1,000 reviews, 4.7 stars. We're selling it at this discounted rate because we have found that 20% of the people who buy this book go on to buy a lot of other things from us. They get involved in our programs and our trainings and our Renaissance Club. And so I'm willing to tape dollar bills to this book to get that top 20% of customers who really get what we do and really know that it's going to help them out. So get yourself a copy of this book. And I'm really honored to have been on this program. And thank you very much for joining me today.
Welcome everyone to this Farm Rebel Summit. My name is Jared Sorensen. It's an honor to be here with you today. I sincerely appreciate your dedication to your business, to your future, to wanting to create something more for yourself and for your family, or just learn to be able to gain an experience. And while, we're not able to sit down face to face, or, we're not able to walk across your fields or across our pastures here, hopefully this virtual event will have the effect that we intend it to. And that's to expand your mind, to help you to gain an experience, to have an experience here, to realize what is possible, to help you to realize the potential and fill the measure of your creation, and help those things that you steward to do so also: the land, the animals, your family, your coworkers. And if we can do that, then that will be a success. My name is Jared Sorensen. I'm a third generation rancher on our family's ranch here in northeastern Nevada. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here so that you can have a little bit more of an experience. And again, we're not walking across our fields, but maybe this is the next best thing. So from wherever you're at, this is our home. This is our home, fall time in Nevada. It's a blessing, it's an honor, and it's a sacred responsibility to be a steward of this land. And I'm sure that you probably feel that as well. Whether you own land, whether you're just beginning into the industry, or whether it's just a dream of yours, or maybe you're generational like we are. No matter where you're at, it is a wonderful responsibility and honor to be a steward. So as we begin, I just want to talk about some things that set the stage and the context for this. Many people think that in order to be in agriculture, we have to have off-farm income. We have to inherit the land. We have to rely on government subsidies, and especially if we're going to be a regenerative agriculturalist. Now, there are many people that do those things, and maybe that's a step. But what we hope here is that you can create a plan so that it can be truly a business that you don't have to subsidize. And also, number two, that you don't have to work yourself to death to do it, because what fun is that? We get into ranching or farming because we love it. It's addictive, in a good way. But yet if we burn out and we're stressed all the time for whatever reasons, that's not sustainable, nor is it regenerative. My family and I'm the third generation. You can see in the background, my wife and I are in the center, the kids to the sides. That's fourth generation. And there's even a little fifth generational person there. And so it's great. We want to help you to be profitable as well. And we say let me tell you what that means. At the beginning of this year, 2023, my wife and I started a business, in addition to the ranch that we had, in addition to the grass-fed marketing company. So the name of our ranch is Secret Pass Ranch, and we're located here in northeastern Nevada. And this is kind of a snapshot of our ranch, located on both sides of a mountain range here, on the east side of the Humboldt Mountains, and then also on the west side. We operate on about 10,000 acres on this side of the mountain, lease an additional 12,000 and a little bit of public grazing, and then a couple thousand acres on the other side of the mountain. And so size doesn't matter, and scale and scope, but everybody wants to know, how many acres do you own? How many cows do you run? And the answer to how many cows we run is too many when it comes time to work them, and not enough when it comes time to sell them. Like anybody, right? We're in record high cattle prices right now, and what a wonderful blessing and opportunity. But also, it presents some challenges when we are trying to source animals, and our margins are just becoming tighter. But we'll talk about all those things. So as a steward, I wanted to share some of the lessons that I had learned along the way. And so at the beginning of the 2023, we started a company called Stewardship Solutions, and created a URL, Ag Steward. And so that's kind of the name that we go by, as Ag Steward. And the purpose of that is to be able to help family farmers and ranchers become highly profitable, regenerate the land they steward, and create and transfer viable businesses to the next generation. Like, we want to build wealth now and then create generational wealth through proper planning and strategic planning. Why did we do that? Because I've learned a lot of things along the way, along my journey to where I'm at today. And let me tell you about some of those things. So my wife and I are the parents of 9 children. We'll just back up to that picture there. All of them are here. 9 children, 1.5 grandchildren, maybe 1 3/4 here. Maybe 2 by the time you listen to it. But we came back to my family's operation at a young age and took over management when I was 23 years old. And I tell you, it was just ignorance on fire. Just really, that's all I wanted to do from the time I was very young. And stepped into a wonderful situation. My mom and dad left to serve a series of missions. And so they were unavailable. I was left to kind of figure it out on my own. I had some great systems in place that helped me, and also some mentors that I was able to find along the way. But let me tell you, it was hard. It was really hard. I didn't know how to be a businessman. I'd taken a few classes in college, but man, I soon came up so stark against what I didn't know. It was kind of crippling and even debilitating a bit. But as we searched and asked good questions and sought for answers, we realized that the answers were there. And we were blessed to meet and work with some great people like Bud Williams, and attend the Ranching for Profit School, and to be able to invest tens of thousands of dollars into our education, not only through the School of Hard Knocks, which is very unforgiving, but also through going to seminars and classes and joining things just like you're doing here today, because we were thirsty. We were thirsty for knowledge, and we wanted to find answers, because we believed that if God put us on this earth as stewards of this land, that he wasn't just going to throw us out here without a way to be successful, right? And it was up to us to figure out that way. It didn't come with a roadmap, or with a plan that worked for everybody. Like, we had to try things. We had to fail. We had to experience sadness and regret, so that we could, on the other side, experience the joy of the success and the fulfillment that comes when things start to click along and you start to get in alignment and things begin to work. So I learned kind of in this process, I started out, I really wanted to do the things that I grew up doing. Calving heifers, putting up hay, building fence, fixing fence, cowboying, branding calves, all the things that we love about irrigating and growing grass and being able to experience the seasons and work out in nature, not be tied to a desk job. Those were all the things that made me want to come back to the ranch. And it was just a sense of joy and fulfillment. I'd worked for other people, but I knew that that's what I wanted to create my own future. I had a bit of that entrepreneurial spirit, even though I didn't even know what it was back then. Like, this is something I want to create for me, for our children, for our posterity. And so I went, started down that path. And as mentioned, came up against the things that I didn't know. And so I began to learn, and there was kind of a transition from being what we're going to talk about from the book, The E-Myth, that we will reference, from being the technician to stepping into more of the entrepreneurial role and the management role, and ultimately, and I'm still striving for this one, but the leadership role in our business. And that's the progression that we want to help you through, at least make you aware of it, no matter where you're at in that progression or succession. But the leadership one is something that you have to choose into. Like, it can be put upon your shoulders and forced into. You can feel like you're forced into it, but ultimately it has to become a choice. So I started to realize, there was not only the cattle that we love to manage and the calves to brand and the grass we needed to grow, but there was also this life beneath the soil, this microbial life. And so we became grass farmers, and then soil stewards, and then microbe farmers. And now I'm realizing that as a leader, these things that I've learned along the way, it's my duty, my responsibility, and also my choice to be able to share these things with others, the good and the bad, right? I would do you a disservice if I said, I figured it all out and it's easy. Well, it's probably not ever going to be easy, but is it worth it? Absolutely. If that's what you want to do, it is absolutely worth it. But there came a time when I thought, maybe this wasn't right. And maybe my legacy, or this ranch's legacy, would end on my watch, because it got to the point where it was hard and I didn't know the answers and I was ready to quit. And what got me through that? A lot of prayer, a lot of soul searching, and ultimately a decision that this is what I want. With the good, the bad, the challenges, and everything, this is what I want. And I encourage you, if you're starting out, gain the experience that you need to and choose in. If you're down the road, maybe you need to recommit or decommit, right? Sometimes the best service that I could do for somebody is to say, maybe ranching is not right for you. You need to give yourself permission to do something else. Maybe you need to quit trying to live out the dreams of your grandparents who died years ago and probably don't even care, and they would want you to do something else because they love you and care about you. Or maybe it's just a kick in the pants that say, hey, you can do this. But ultimately, you've got to choose in or choose out. Okay, so as we start here today, set some intentions for what we want, what you tend to get. So what are your intentions for being here today? What are those burning questions that you have? What is it that made you set aside hours of your day, hours of working hours, or whenever you're watching the replay, to be able to join this event? Like, I don't believe you're here by chance. So choose in. What is it that you want to get? So pause this recording if you need to, and write down what you intend to get. On our ranch in Nevada, we love to grow grass. We love to steward the grass. We love to steward the animals. Our main enterprise right now, just to give a little more context to what we do, is custom grazing. These were some heifers that we're breeding on our ranch. The custom grazing means basically we rent the pasture and we provide the care for the critters while they're here. And we generally do that during the summer months. And then because we live at a high elevation, we destock, we send the cattle home for winter. We also do some grass finishing and direct marketing. That was our introduction to Cam King, Grass-Fed Marketing Secrets, and the Farm Rebel program. And we have a small cow-calf herd. We transitioned from a year-round cow-calf herd to more seasonal And honestly, we have a wonderful resource base. We can grow a lot of grass in a short period of time. So for 7 months, we can grow good quality grass. Even through the drought years, we did have to destock, which is easy to do with custom grazing cattle, run less cattle, but we were still able to have sufficient for the needs of the cattle that we brought in. And I think that that's a blessing. So what we've done over the years through our focus on soil health and looking at things from a more holistic standpoint is we've been able to keep the grass in the growing phase longer. We've been able to infiltrate more water, ultimately sequester more carbon, and truly be regenerative. And so, we claim that and we throw that word around. What does that mean? Well, we're actually certified with the Savory Institute as regenerative based on scientific data that year over year, we actually are improving the soil health, decreasing bare ground, growing more beneficial biomass, infiltrating more water, sequestering more carbon, creating more diversity, ultimately more feed for livestock, wildlife, which translates into more dollars for the operation, right? That's kind of the definition of regenerative. Okay, so you've got your intentions down, right? All right, well, let's jump in. So did you know that 80% of businesses will fail in the first 5 years? And of those that survive, 80% of those are going to fail in the next 5 years. So if I did my math right, that's like 4 or 5 businesses out of 100. Okay. That's all fine and dandy until that's your business, right? It's just a statistic on a page, whether or not it's true or made up or whatever. But when it comes down and it's your business and you become that statistic and you feel that pain, then that gets close to home. So what do we do to not become a statistic? And this isn't, these are a startup businesses. And again, I'm referencing the book, The E-Myth by Michael Gerber, or The E-Myth Revisited. And I think there's lots of other people that have published similar statistics out there. But the fact of the matter is seasoned businesses aren't immune from failure either, right? So I'm talking to both sides, the startup businesses and the seasoned businesses. So what does it take to not become a statistic? Well, first of all, I think that we need to talk a little bit about leadership, and that's going to be one of the focuses here. Like, we get caught up in management and doing things right, but we need to take a step back and really ask, who is the leader in my business? Who is the one who is making sure that we are doing the right things? And if we don't have that person in our business, then maybe it's up to you to step up and be that leader. Not maybe, it is up to you. Even if you don't feel like you're in a leadership position, like meaning that you're the owner or whatever else, you could be the fence fixer, the rosin jaw, cowboy, individual who has seemingly no authority. You still can choose leadership and stewardship. And as you choose into that, that stewardship continues to grow. So how do we become a leader in our business? That's the question, right? And first, again, it comes back to the choice. It comes back to choosing in. In every business we have, first of all, what do all businesses have in common? Every business has in common, they have an owner, right? Not all businesses have leaders, but they do have an owner. Maybe it's a group of owners. Maybe it's a partnership, a corporation with shareholders, but they have ownership. But not all businesses have leadership. How do we create leadership for our business? No matter how small it is, maybe it's just a dream in your head. Maybe it's a small enterprise. Maybe you're only marketing 1 or 2 beef a year. Or maybe it's thousands a year. Are you the leader, or is somebody else going to be nurtured into that role? And I want to speak to you right now, because you're the one that's on this class. You're the one that's here, that you're choosing in. So choose in today that I'm going to be a leader. And that's all fine and dandy. How do we do that though, right? Are good leaders born or are they created? Yes. Both. Like if we didn't get the lottery ticket that said you're a leader when you came into this world, that doesn't mean that, well, hey, you've lost that opportunity and it's never going to, you just don't have that chance. Because I believe that's not based on truth. Like we can develop those skills of a leader. So while we talk about leadership, I believe a leader incorporates all three of these roles that are within the business, or that the E-Myth talks about, that every business also needs to have. First of all is the entrepreneur. That's the visionary. It's the person who sees the opportunity and seizes the opportunity. Right? You can see it one thing, but a true entrepreneur is willing to go out there and create a path to make that opportunity a reality. Entrepreneurship can also be fostered. It can also be something that can be nurtured and cultivated. Every business needs to have a good manager. Somebody who makes sure, remember the quote before, that you're doing the right things, or know that you're doing things right. The leader makes sure you do the right things. And then there's the technician. When I started out, I was the technician. That's what I loved. And maybe that's what got you into agriculture as well. Like you really like the land stewardship. You like the animals. Maybe you like the customer relations, being able to interact with your customers. All those things are more from the technician side. But what we found, and what Gerber found in his book, is that oftentimes the technician creates a business because they're really, really good at it. Like you might be a really good stockman, top notch, but you don't know the first thing about running a business, or it's all conceptual, right? You don't have the experience to back it up, but you think, hey, I can get these calves to gain, I can keep them healthy, I can finish these cattle, and so therefore I can start a business. I'm not discouraging you from starting a business by any means, but what I'm saying is that is one part of it. And in reality, it's an important part, but it's not as important as the other parts. And how can I say that it's not as important? Well, let me tell you, are there other people in your industry that are doing a shoddy job at grass management, stockmanship, herd health, whatever it might be, and they're more successful than you are? I know that there are, and that bugs me, right? That bothers me because I take pride in that aspect of our work. But they might have the business side figured out a little bit better, whether it's marketing, whether it's building a team that fills in for them and their inability or their lack of expertise. So yes, that technician part is extremely important. It's like it's integral to the business. But if that's all we know how to do, the business surely will fail. Right. And that's kind of an absolute, like, surely will fail. But think about it. If we don't have the other pieces in place, how can it succeed? Okay, so does it mean that we need to go out and hire somebody else to take on those roles? Maybe, but maybe not. With most startup businesses, we start out wearing all three of those hats: the entrepreneur, the manager, the technician, and we strive to be the all-encompassing leader, right? Who makes sure that we are doing the right things. And that's good. And as your business grows, hopefully you can start to replace yourself as the technician so you can focus more on creating the vision of the business, building the team and the systems. And so the systems are what are going to keep things running, right? The true measure of success of a business, one measure of success of a business, is the ability of the owner to step away for a prolonged period of time and come back and have the business in as good or better condition than when you left. Does that make sense? And why do I say that? Because it means that all of these things are in place, including the systems are in place. And so that's essentially what my dad did, right? He had a lot of systems in place. He had a good team in place. I perhaps didn't have the grooming that I needed, though, to be able to step into management. And I surely didn't have what I needed to step into a leadership role. I hadn't even thought about entrepreneurship. I was just trying to keep doing what we were doing. And when the rules of the game changed, those things didn't work anymore. And so I was forced into that role of being an entrepreneur. Okay, so hopefully this is kind of clicking for you. Take notes. What are you getting from this? How does it apply? What do you need to do? And I wish we could ask questions here. I wish we could have some interaction. But even if you need to, again, this is recorded. So pause it, take some notes, ponder on it. Who is the entrepreneur in my business? Who is the visionary? And let me tell you that visionary, I believe that really has to be you. If you created the business, you started with a vision. Do you have that vision written down? Do you know where it is that you feel your capacity is to reach? What is your goal? What is your potential? Have you lost sight of that because you're so bogged down in the technical aspect of it? So, again, from the E-Myth, Gerber talks about the difference between working on the business and working in the business. In ranching for profit terms, they call it WITB and WHATB. So those are the acronyms. The WITB would be the technician, meaning you're working in the business. You know, you're up to your ears, and oftentimes you're joyful at doing that. But if that's all you do, and you don't have somebody that's working on the business, managing the finances, the hiring, the building the team, creating the vision, implementing that vision, having strategic meetings, working and creating strategic partnerships and relationships to grow the cause of your business and serve more people, then your business will either stay stagnant or it will shrink. And I say stay stagnant, and I don't even know if it really can, right? If we're not growing, we are shrinking. If we're not progressing, we're digressing. So, not to digress here, but hopefully I just want to make sure that these things make sense. And why am I hammering on this so much? Because I've been there, because I've tried to be the technician while, you know, doing all of the day-to-day work. And a lot of times you just don't have the energy or the mental capacity to do the other things. Okay, so that being said, we're going to go into the phases of the business though. That being said, again, I came into ranching because I didn't want an office job. And I'm not saying that you have to, you know, hang up your spurs and sell your saddle, because now you can't be the cowboy anymore. You know, Stan Parsons did write a book. He was the founder of Ranching for Profit. If you want to be a cowboy, get a job. The thesis of that is that, you know, if that's what you love doing, you're probably better off doing it for somebody else than trying to do it for yourself. Again, putting that more in cowboy lingo, right? The cowboy's the technician. But can you go ride? Can you go irrigate? Can you spend time with your family? Well, I sure hope so. Because if I've got to delegate all of those things, that's not the life that I want to create for myself either. So where is the balance? And you find that balance for yourself. Sometimes I believe if you're going to be in integrity with being a leader in your business, sometimes you're going to have to say no. You know, I'm not going to go to the neighbor's branding today. I'm going to send my family or my hired guy to go help, because there are these things that are important that I need to do today, right? There are things that I can't delegate. And if I don't get them done today, there's going to be a cost to it. And I'm not okay with that cost, right? And so you can say that in integrity and know without judgment that you're doing the right thing for yourself and for your business, for the mission that you're creating. So we know about the phases of grass, 1, 2, and 3, pretty simple, you know, and we're going to relate that to business. It starts out kind of slow. When it's really cold in the spring, things are trying to green up. Cows are trying to go out and get that little bite of green grass, high protein, low carbohydrates. And then it just takes off and grows rapidly, or more that adolescence phase. And then as it starts to taper off and go into reproductive phase, then growth kind of stagnates, right? All the energy comes up from the roots, from the plant. It stops photosynthesizing, it puts out seed, and it starts to reproduce. Okay, so we're kind of familiar with that with grass. How does that relate to business? Well, growth phase 1 of the business is that kind of startup phase. You know, when we have this super exciting idea and we're going to run with it, but it's very needy, just like a baby is. Like, it can't walk yet. You've got to carry it. You can't feed itself. You've got to feed it. Sometimes you have to be up with it at night. Sometimes you don't get any sleep. That's the baby phase of business. But we know, if we nurture through that baby phase, that pretty soon the baby's going to start to walk. It's going to start to talk. It's going to be able to feed himself. Then pretty soon you're not going to be able to feed it enough because it's in that adolescence phase or growth phase. And in that growth phase is when cool things happen, right? That's that phase 2 of grass. That's where we want to find that balance between the protein and the energy and the carbohydrates and things. That's when you put on weight with your cattle, right? That's the finishing grass. That's the optimal grass that you're striving for. Granted, it's impossible to keep your whole ranch in phase 2 for the whole growing season. And with your business, it also is going to want to tend to continue to mature. But growth is where it's at. That's where we have, we're able to build a team. We're able to build momentum. There's excitement. And then as we go on through business and we go into that maturity phase is when we really start to have an impact and an influence upon those that we are called to serve, right? And I feel like as I've seen our business progress, and maybe that's kind of the phase that I'm getting to, like the ranch is really probably between phase 1 and phase 2 right now. Like we've bumped into that adolescence phase a little bit where we've had some growth, and then we kind of keep tripping back and going into that baby step phase. But as a person, I feel like because of the experiences that I've had and what I've been able to gain, like I've been able to transition into the impact phase, where now I'm realizing, okay, this is what I was put on this earth to do, to be able to teach and share and influence and have an impact on myself and on others. And that's where you find the most fulfillment and the most joy. In that adolescence and growth phase, sometimes you're a little bit gangly and you struggle to really kind of find your pace, and you hit that maturity. And that's a fun phase. That's a fun phase to be in. And really, this has nothing to do with length of time in existence. Like, I believe that there is kind of a natural progression that businesses go through. And most businesses, I would say those 80% that die, and then the 80% of those that die, they're probably dying somewhere between phase 1 and phase 2. It's not out of the unheard of to be able to see a mature business die. But usually when we get to that point, we're healed physically, we have systems in place, we have enterprises that are working for us, we're creating consistent cash flow. And that's kind of where you want to be, is on that balance, I believe. Not that you just quit growing, right? And not that you go into full-blown maturity, and certainly that you don't go into that far side of phase 3, which is stagnation, and which that's what leads to the death of the business, to the death of yourself, to the death of your vision that you've created. And so even if the business is there, you're no longer finding fulfillment in it. So let me just bring this home to you. Where are you at? Maybe draw that growth curve. If you can kind of think of this sigmoid curve as phase 1, 2, where the exponential growth, 3, where it kind of tapers off, and 4 is kind of more of that stagnation. So if you draw that curve on your piece of paper and then mark it with an X where you think you're at right now in your business. Okay. So why is that important to identify that? Because the steps to progress to get to that next phase are going to look somewhat different. And we don't have time to go into all of those steps, but let me just share with you, how do you progress from baby to adolescence? It's with a team, right? That's the thing that you have to focus on. A team is important all along the way, but team at the beginning, like another great book, another good business book besides the E-Myth is Good to Great. The principle that Jim Collins teaches in that book is first who, then what, right? And I said start with your vision, but he actually said start with the right people first, and then create the vision. because the right people are going to be able to figure it out if there's synergy and they're working together. So phase 1 to phase 2, it's building the right team. I would say phase 2 to phase 3 is implementing duplicatable systems, like really finding out what is it that works for you, documenting those things so that you can teach them to others, and then doing that, like teaching them, implementing that, so you can share back with your team and let them do some of the research. Like this is what works. Grab a drink here. This is why it works, and this is how it works, and this is how it's going to work most of the time, right? And so with the E-Myth, the idea is that you can get the most unskilled labor to perform the bulk of the tasks, because the higher skilled labor, one, it's harder to come by, two, they're harder to keep around. And I think also that fits my mission is, I want to train managers and leaders. And so I want to be able to start out with something that is seemingly menial, but that they can do and that they can have a measure of success at. And in order to do that, then you have to have the systems in place. Okay. So 2 to 3, and then we won't really talk about 3 to 4, but I think the biggest thing, let's go ahead and talk about apathy. Like if you want to go from phase 3 to phase 4, just begin to be apathetic, like complacent. Like I'm okay with where I'm at. This enough is enough. Like this is okay. I don't need to grow anymore. I don't need to stretch myself anymore. If you're not growing, you're dying. If you're not progressing, you're regressing. So don't go there. If you find that there's apathy, there's complacency, then just look at that as like a signpost. Hey, I need to back up. I need to get back into that growth phase. And so a lot of times the way that we do that is we roll back into phase 2 and we say, okay, what is it that will help us to grow? And we go through some of those growing pains again. Sometimes we have to weed out some of the people that aren't the right people on the bus, or that maybe they're not in the right seat. They're not utilizing their talent to the fullest of its capacity. Okay. Again, pause. Ask the question, is this making sense? What are you getting from this? What are your major takeaways from this? Okay, so if you've got those written down, then we'll move forward. Refer to my notes here. All right, so we talked a little bit about a level 5 leader. That term comes from the book Good to Great by Jim Collins. He said what he did in that book, and again, highly recommend the book, but he studied businesses. He had a measurement, and I don't recall exactly what it was, but they were publicly owned businesses that were able to sustain profit and growth for a sustained period of time. And at first he said he wasn't going to look at the leadership because he wanted to rule that out. He wanted to say, no, it can't be about leadership. But in his studies, his team kept finding it. You have to include this in there. Every business that met the metrics that he was measuring by had this type of leadership. And to sum it up, some of the things about a level 5 leader are that they have a balance between courage and humility. They had the courage to take bold action when it was time to act, even if that meant selling off a piece of their business, even if that meant firing some of the key owners so that the business could progress. One of the leaders said, we need to have the courage to cut off our right arm if it's cancerous. And what does that look like for your business to have that courage? It might be saying no to some things that don't fit. Like maybe you're a cow-calf operator and maybe you have to feed it. I was going to say a ton of hay, but that's not very much. Maybe you have to feed 3 tons of hay to get your cow through the winter to produce a calf. And that's just not profitable most years. With $1,600 calves that they were selling for today on the video auction, maybe it is, but What's going to happen when those calves are let back under $1,000? Right. And we can probably, those that have been in this industry for a long time, know that the old timers used to say, if you can get $500 for your calves, you're making good money. I know the rules have changed, right? That $500 is probably now $1,000. It's probably doubled with inflation and everything else. But so if that is the cancerous right arm, that enterprise, whatever it might be, I'm going to pick on the cow calf guys because I think that that's the one that we're most emotionally tied to. And maybe it's not suited for us. We need to say, okay, what else can I do? Right? Or how can I change this so that it can be profitable? At least 8 years out of 10, there's going to be the anomalous year like last year when you have heavy winter and extremely high hay prices. And, you know, maybe you take a licking 1 year or 2 years in 10, but 8 years in 10. But, you know, the statistics are that it's the opposite. It's like 2 to 5 years in 10 that you're profitable with the cow calf enterprise. And again, I'm just picking on that. You could pick yearlings, maybe you could pick sheep, you could pick poultry or even grass finishing, right? A lot of you are here, but do we really know the costs that go into it and the opportunity costs of going into that? Are we subsidizing that? So having the courage to be able to say, you know, enough's enough, we're going to cut this off and we're going to replace it with something else. And that courage is balanced with humility of being able to, as Jim Collins says, look in the mirror when something goes wrong and say, it's my fault. And look out the window when things are going right and say, thank you, team, for creating this. Right? Don't beat on your chest and say, hey, look at me, what I've done. Like, we're so limited at what we can do if we don't have the team to back it up. So that is level 5 leadership. That's the kind of leadership that is called for throughout the ages, but especially right now when we're in a volatile markets, volatile economic situations. There are many things that concern me about the state of our nation and of the world. Leaders are needed now more than ever, not only in agriculture, but also in all industries, in politics and everywhere. But look, business is such a unique way to be able to influence others, right? If we can get them to vote with their buying dollars for things that are creating a healthier environment, that are sequestering more carbon, that are actually building soil, that are creating stable families, which create stable communities, which create stable states and stable nations, then aren't we being leaders? Aren't we doing our part to stabilize the political economy if we step into our roles as business leaders? I think we are. And so don't diminish or downplay the role and the impact that you can have in business. Like, that is awesome. That is awesome. So step into it, own it, live it. Okay. So changing gears here a little bit. Here you are. You are the leader in your business. You've created the time, you have the space that you can come up with an idea, and you have this wonderful idea. Well, by golly, I'm going to buy a cow herd and I'm going to market grass-fed beef and look at all these dollars that this cow's producing. And so you do. You head down that road. It's like, okay, I can see it. I've got a vision. I've done my due diligence. I've talked to some people. I've enrolled in these classes. I'm going to do it. You're running towards it, and bam, there you are. You hit that wall. You think, well, what happened? I had this vision. I knew it. I created it. It was real. It was tangible. I could see it. I could feel it. I had a measure of success. Now what's the matter? How come I ran into this wall, this obstacle? So we think, well, my answer, a little bit of effort is going to get a little bit of results. Well, let's do more effort, right? Let's just work harder. Sometimes working harder just leads to bigger headaches and a deeper hole that we dig ourselves into. So it takes a change of mindset, a paradigm shift, if you will, an ability to be able to see things from a different perspective. And sometimes that's hard when all we can see is that wall right in front of us, blocking our vision. And so what I'm going to invite you to do here is to grow yourself as a leader. Grow yourself. Like the wall, maybe you tear it down, maybe you break through it, but there's always going to be another one. But as you grow yourself, you realize that really that wall isn't a wall, it's just a step. And as you step up on that step, you're able to see more clearly what your vision is. So how do we grow ourselves? Hopefully this is making sense, because if we look outside and we only focus on the problem's only going to get bigger. And so we focus on what we have the most control over, and that's us. That's our being. That's our atmosphere around us. And how do we grow ourselves? We grow ourselves in the 6 following areas: spiritually, connecting with a higher power, connecting with our creator. When we're so stressed about finances or all the work that has to be done, we think, man, where are those answers? A lot of times they're coming, but we just can't hear them because our mind is so cluttered, so stressed, so worried. We grow ourselves mentally by doing what you're doing here. Good job. You're here. Be here 100%. Stay to the end. Rewatch it. Buy the replay. Reach out to those that you feel called to reach out to. Take that next step. Grow yourself mentally. Expand that mind. Break that compaction layer that's between your left and your right ear. Let a little airflow in there and help you to be able to get some knowledge percolating down into that brain, that gray matter of yours. And that's what it takes, right? That's Einstein said the significant problems we face cannot be solved at the same level of thinking we were at when we created them. So we've got to grow. If we're facing those significant problems, grow our mind, learn, expand, ask good questions, grow ourselves physically. I'm not talking about putting on more weight. I'm talking about being healthy, being strong, taking care of our physique, eating good, nourishing food. As farmers and sometimes as ranchers, we eat garbage. We pride ourselves on raising good stuff, but then, we live on caffeine through the haying season or harvest season, and we eat snack food and junk food because we don't take time to cook and eat nourishing food. I'm going to call you out and say, eat, man, eat good stuff. Eat stuff that will show your creator that you value this gift of this body that he's given you. And we grow ourselves emotionally. Like, oh yeah, here's Jared. He's going to talk about emotions to a bunch of farmers and ranchers and want to be farmers and ranchers. I'm going to be farmers and ranchers. Yeah, I am. Because let me tell you, statistics say that in the farming industry, suicide has the highest rate of all other industries. And I'm not okay with that. So yeah, we're going to talk about emotions, right? We're going to talk about getting the anger out in a healthy way and not upon your family or your livestock or your dog. Like, get it out in a place where it's not going to do any harm. We all feel these emotions, and emotions are good. We can't experience the joy if we don't experience the sorrow and the pain. So go to the extremes, but do it in a healthy way. And I help my clients to be able to do that because it's so important, right? We just think we've got to tough it up. We've got to put on that game face and go out and do the work. Yeah, there's pull your boots on, go to work, but at the same time, let's become emotionally resilient. And number 5, relationships. What good is a business if we grow this wonderful business that's profitable, it's serving our fellow man, we're creating this wonderful product, and we lose our family in the process. And again, don't be a statistic. Too many divorces in and out of agriculture, right? Don't be a statistic. So take care of those relationships. How do we do that? Well, I've actually got somebody. So if you want, I'm going to invite you later on to jump on our email list. We're going to talk a lot about email marketing here, I'm sure, with Jarrett and the others. And I've got my own email marketing campaign, but we've got a super good guest speaker named Greg Bear, and he's going to talk about relationships. So I do twice a month webinars. His book, if you're not able to jump on the webinar, is called Real Love. And it is the best relationship book I've ever read. The Bible is great. Scriptures are really good. But if you want more of a how-to book, that's the go-to book. So Real Love, Greg Bear, Baer. And check out the Profitable Steward podcast. It'll be coming out on there, and there's also some great guest speakers that we have. This one's kind of a little bit out of the realm, like where you're going to talk about relationships, but because again, it's about creating a profitable business now and something that can transfer into the future. And if you hate your family, why would you want to be part of the ranch? I'd a lot rather see you sell it and do something else and get along at Thanksgiving dinner than be at each other's throats. And then last, and certainly not least, is the financial. Right? The financial piece is so important, and maybe that's what brought you here today. Like, the great profits can be made in direct marketing. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. Great losses can be sustained also through the improper knowledge of finances, knowing the difference between a financial and an economic gain or loss. And so with the clients that we work with, we work on these things, getting your finances in order. A lot of times that's what brings people in. It's like, man, I'm bleeding here financially. I need some help. Help me figure this out. I don't even know what's happening, but I'm going backwards and I'm increasing my operating loan every year. We're not in the black. We're not showing a profit on the books. Bankers worried, our interest rates are rising. Well, everybody's are, but we're facing foreclosure, whatever it might be. So being preemptive, proactive, and taking steps to be able to get your financial house in order before is super key. And so being able to know what to measure, how to measure, so that you aren't blindsided by that and saying, holy cow, where did this come from? Okay, so that financial piece. And that's really the holistic way that we look at everyone and everything. Not all about ecology or the breed of cattle or what type of grass to plant, or whether you are a no-tiller or whether you're a tillage guy. Those things are important. Those things are super important. But right here, this is what ties it all together, right? So you can be doing the best things in the world out there. I'm pointing out there out my window. You don't have this in order right here. You really can't be successful. Okay. So I'm going to invite you to jump into our group, our email group. Yeah, we're going to text you. We're going to email you. We're going to invite you in to do some things with us. Like, if you've enjoyed this, this could be the next step. Because let me tell you, when I was starting out, I kind of talked about my journey, and I hit that wall and I realized, man, I'm not even a very good technician, but I don't even begin to know how to manage or be an entrepreneur, create a vision, and really knew the importance of leadership. I felt called to learn about that and studied books about it, but man, there was a big gap between what I knew and what I was able to do when I was managing people and leading people that were twice my age, 3 times my age, really. I was 23 and my oldest employee was over 60 with a lot of experience. And so we floundered a little bit, and we came up again against those uncertainties, the unknowns, the frustrations, and realized that, okay, I needed some help. And I had to reach out, and I had to start looking for mentors, people who were doing the things that I was wanting to do and were doing them successfully. And I would call them, like Bud Williams and Wally Olson and Dave Pratt from Ranching for Profit and Jim Garish. And a lot of these guys have, well, let me think, all of those have been on our summits and webinars. Yeah, they have. Why? Because they've influenced me and they've helped me. And now I feel the call, the responsibility, the opportunity to be able to help others as well. And so the first step to get started, whether you're up against that wall or whether you're just stretching to create that vision, or you've got the clear vision, or you're bleeding financially, this is a good step to be able to get started. Is scan the QR code. It'll go to a landing page. You'll put in your contact information, and it's a funnel, just like you're going to be learning about from Cam. You'll have a lead magnet. People will opt in, and then they'll go through and book a call. Like, there's a calendar link on there, and I'd love to jump on with you. Who am I looking for? Like, who are the ideal people that I want? I want people that have the desire. They want to be regenerative. Whether you know what that even means or not, it's like it speaks to you. I want people who want to be good stewards of the earth, who are committed to their families, and who want to be profitable without subsidies, right? So if any of those things speak to you, then reach out. We can talk about it. We can explore what the options are of working together. And if it's a good fit, then great. What we do is we do personal coaching and we do group coaching. And what does that mean? Like, I'm going to hire a coach. I'm a rancher. Yeah, maybe you need to, right? I needed to. I still have a coach. I still pay several $1,000s a year for somebody who coaches us in our business. Why? Because I believe in the principle of learning from those who are ahead of us and helping those who are behind us. And we're all in the middle, right? We're all in the middle. We can learn something and we can help someone. So that's what I'm striving to do here. I sincerely appreciate you being on this webinar here today. It's been an honor on this recording here on this summit. It's been an honor to speak to you here, to be able to share some things that are in my heart, some things that I'm super passionate about. And I just want to end by saying and inviting you to take that next step, whatever that is. So even right now, write down, what is your next step? Like, I'm a big believer in action. Be that leader. Leaders take bold action. It could be to call a person, could be to book a call with me. It could be to take the steps to sell the cows. Could be to take the steps to buy the cows. Maybe that's the one for me. Like, get back in the game, Jared. And whatever it is for you, whatever it is that speaks to you, take action on it quickly. And I promise you that as you do, that next step will come quickly. Like, the quicker we take action, the quicker we can get the next step that we need to do. You are a steward. As you strive to increase your stewardships, those stewardships will increase. Thank you again for being here today. Thank you for being part of this summit. Thank you for committing and taking action, for committing to yourself and to your future. Like, it's an honor to be involved with such wonderful people in this agricultural industry. I don't know if you've ever, maybe if you're just new to the industry, you may not feel this, but I can be in a room of people that are all dressed the same. Maybe it's at a business meeting and they've got on suits and ties, and I can tell somebody that is of the land. That word, I think it's a Latin word, but it's Georgic. It means to be of the land. And you can just pick them out of a crowd. And those are the salt of the earth, good people. I'm not saying that bankers and lawyers and doctors are not good people. They are. But there's something about somebody who works the land. They have a different feel about them. They got a different look about them. And if you're one of those people, commit to that. Commit to that call, whatever it is that's igniting inside of you, to become that person that God created you to be, to find and live that mission that you were created to live, to have the impact in the world. Like, you weren't put on this world right now by chance. It was by choice. And I believe it was your choice to come now. And I believe that you chose to do certain things. And it's an honor to be able to help people reach that potential that they have. So if I can be of help to you, reach out. Others on this summit may be of help too. Just a quick clarification, while I'm affiliated with Farm Rebel, our business, Ag Steward, is a separate business. Does it make sense to do both? Sometimes it does. I actually work with a client who is in both. They're working on the direct marketing side, and they realized that they needed some help with business structure, entity structure, overall profitability. We talked about some ecology. We've talked about some emotions and some finance and relationships and those things too. So if even if you decide to sign up with Cam, follow your heart. If it's right, reach out and find out. It's not one or the other. It could be both, or it may be one and then the other. And we'll trust that, you'll know what that next step is. I feel that, there's a financial obligation for both of them. Ideally, you do both, right? If you're going to progress faster, and that's really the purpose of hiring a coach or a mentor. It's like you just want to progress faster. And if you're ready to make that time commitment, and that time commitment looks like at least 5 hours a week to be able to work strategically on yourself and on your business and on the commitments that we create together. It's not a force-fed, you do this or you're kicked out of the program. It's like, what is your next step? Commit to it and do it. And then we meet twice a month, either in a group or a one-on-one meeting, and we have accountability in between. So it'd be great to work with you if you fit that criteria, most of all, the desire part of it. Thanks again for being here, part of this group. And I hope to soon see or talk to you, see you again on Zoom, across the camera, if not face to face. Take care, everybody.
Hey everybody, I'm Henry Arwood. I'm the founder and CEO of FarmShare, and I'm really excited to be here with you today. Huge shout out to Grassfed Marketing for putting this all together and for giving me the opportunity to speak here with you today. Direct-to-consumer is near and dear to my heart. I've actually been in direct-to-consumer in fashion, beauty, and apparel before starting FarmShare. And I'm really excited to take what I've learned in other industries and apply it here to agriculture. So how did I get into this? Well, during the pandemic, I moved to a small ranching town in Montana. I kept my day job, but before and after, I was serving as a ranch hand on a 7th-generation family ranch. The ranch I was working on, we weren't going direct to market. And so I quickly learned of the inefficiencies that plagued small producers that were selling into the industrial food supply chain. This is the realization that changed it all for me. When I came to find out that the products that we were producing on the small ranch were changing hands on average 7 times before they got to market. And by the time somebody like me spent $1 at the grocery store, only 14 cents was making its way back into the producer's pocket, my mind was blown. I came to recognize that the fundamental issue was a lack in access and infrastructure for independent producers to go direct to market. And so I decided to build FarmShare. And FarmShare is a comprehensive platform of tools and infrastructure to support independent ag producers go direct to market. FarmShare provides producers with fair economics, access to sell online nationwide, and we provide you with the tools and the infrastructure to grow your business. And we're living at a point in time when consumer demands around traceability, transparency, and connection have never been higher. And so FarmShare is uniquely positioned as a technology partner to bring you closer to not only your existing customers, but to help you find new ones as well. We're living at the best point in time for direct-to-consumer business. A lot of the consumer demand that we see today is generated from the pandemic. There's an entirely new consumer behavior of buying food online. Now, before the pandemic, only 3% of all grocery sales happened online. But now in 2023, that number is bumped up to 14%. So it's really brought about an entirely new and unique opportunity for businesses to find direct-to-market, direct-to-consumer opportunities. Today, more than 50% of consumers are willing to pay a premium for sustainably produced food. And 83% of the consumers say that farmers are the most trusted source in the supply chain. And consumers are looking for differentiated products that they can't find at Costco, Walmart, or other big name retailers. Now, FarmShare's marketplace is effectively an online farmers market. We work with producers selling meat, fish, produce, and other foods. And therefore, we're really able to study what consumers are buying in the marketplace today. We recently conducted a survey with thousands of consumers coming to our platform. And what we found was that meat was by far and away the most sought after product that consumers were coming for, with 88% of all consumers coming to FarmShare looking for meat. And then we asked consumers, what are the most important criteria when shopping for their food? And what we found was that local food was far and away the most important criteria, with more than 90% of respondents selecting local food. And then we wanted to understand what motivated consumers. And above convenience, price, and transparency was quality by a long shot. This product represents the most common online purchase that we're seeing from consumers today. It's a variety box with about 10 pounds of meat in it at a price point around $140. Our average order value on our platform is $135. Why is this? Well, most consumers don't necessarily have the freezer capacity to house an eighth or a quarter or even a half of beef. And what we've found is most consumers are most willing to start a first purchase with a new producer with an order of about $130 to $140. So we recommend to our producers, think about your merchandising strategy. Think about including products that check a lot of boxes for your consumers. Provide variety for them to try a sampling of your different products and to have different products for different nights of the week. In this example, we have a 10-pound sampler box with a tomahawk, some strips, a sirloin, a Denver steak, a chuck eye, hanger steak, and some ground beef. Again, this is what consumers are buying. We've also come to understand what is the most successful customer journey. First, tell them exactly what they're buying. Be very clear. Tell them exactly what is in the product. Again, you really want to flex that this is a top quality product. This means having a very clear and concise product page. Have clear pictures that show what the product is and list out what exactly is in the box. Second, tell them who you are. They really want to know where their products are coming from. Tell them about how you raise your products. Tell them about your family. We see that most of our consumers, after they check out a product, really dive in to understand and learn a little bit more about the producer that they're buying from. Finally is the why. What's the bigger picture? Why should they be buying from you? Why should they be supporting local? Why they should be supporting regenerative? What's the emotional connection that's going to keep them coming back time after time? Your opportunity to do this is in the unboxing experience. It's really important that you deliver quality through and through, not just from the products that you're raising, but also in the presentation of your products when they get to your customer's door. A successful tactic here could be including a handwritten note, a picture of your family, an insert talking about the regenerative practices of your operation. So how can FarmShare help you in all of this? Well, we do a few things. On the front end of your business, we can build you the best-in-class website to help you attract and retain customers. My whole team comes from an e-commerce background. We have worked with companies like Shopify and Etsy, and we know how to build world-class e-commerce experiences that convert. Not only can we support you in a standalone site, but we can also give you access to our online farmers market where you can tell your story and showcase your products in a network of conscious consumers that are really motivated to buy products like yours. And lastly, we can provide you with a point of sale that you can take to the farmers market that doesn't require any external hardware. On the back end, we provide packaging, fulfillment, and logistics. Our packaging is as much as 66% cheaper than what our producers were previously buying, and our shipping rates on average are 85% cheaper than published rates. Our customer relationship management supports all of your customers, whether it's online, farmers market, or even selling into a local restaurant. And we've built automated email tooling to help with re-engagement emails, abandoned cart emails, and all the rest. And our automated email tooling helps support you with all of the communication with those customers, whether it be an abandoned cart, or whether it be a reminder email, or whether it be a post-purchase email. We can support all of those flows. And just like our customer relationship management, our inventory management tooling supports inventory and balancing of that inventory across all of your sales channels. I want to thank you all for the time today. It's been great to be here. If you have any questions whatsoever, or you'd like to learn more about FarmShare, please reach out at sales@farmshare.co. And once again, thank you to Grassfed Marketing for putting this whole thing on. It's been a tremendous pleasure to be here, and I'm wishing you all continued success in your business.
I think it was 2016. My mom saw some like videos or ads or something of cams, and that at that point we were just pretty local. The business was just kind of sustaining. It wasn't anything special, but my parents were making a living off of it. And then kind of like one God thing after another, my mom got into cams. It was like his original program, I'm pretty sure. And she like started diving into it. And then a few months after she was kind of diving into it and talking about it, I was like, probably like 15 or 16 or somewhere in there. I was like, just started to be really curious about like what was she doing and who was this Cam guy. And before long, I like started sitting on all the calls and learned just so much from Cam, from like mindset to marketing to just everything. And I just really, started helping my mom and just kind of started diving deeper into the whole marketing thing. So within that first few years, we easily doubled the business and we started shipping, which just opened so many doors. And then kind of the next few years, just steadily kind of growing. And then in 2020, things kind of really blew up with COVID and we just started like marketing even more. And also like the bulk beef kind of became a bigger thing. And I think that's kind of when Lacey started coming on and we started implementing like our cow shares and bulk beef, and that was amazing. And then at the end of 2021, my mom got diagnosed with cancer. And at that point, I was kind of away working on some other ranches. And my mom is the main one who does like all the marketing, and my dad does like the ranching side, and they make a really good team. And so when my mom got diagnosed, I came home, and within a matter of a few months, my parents left to get treatment, and I was running the meat company and our ranch at the same time, and it was pretty epic. And I just really knew that we had medical bills to pay, and for everything to work out, I had to bust my butt on the marketing and really, really focus on the marketing. And I had liked marketing before and like definitely learned some things, but that last year I just had to really dive into it, and I did. Kind of towards the end of the year or end of that summer, I was like, wait a minute, I actually like really like doing this. And sort of another thing, like just like some God things, like a God kind of gave me some talk to me and visions of like, what if I took over my parents' meat company and I kind of it became mine, and I took it with the vision that God had given me. And so in February, so like less than 60 days ago, I took over the meat company, and I hired my first full-time person last month, and I did like 100K in the first 45 days. And so that's kind of where we're at right now. COD, I think, it's been the like groundwork and the starting point for the rocket. And like ClickFunnels, and there's been some other programs or coaching that I've gotten involved in and that have been super helpful. But I think without having that foundation with COD, and honestly like that belief in myself that started with COD, I don't think I would have any of that or explored any of that. So I'd say like that was the thing that opened the door that like started all of this. Because I know without us doing COD, I would never have probably learned about marketing, would have never gotten into it, and we'd never have a successful business. I am so grateful for you and everyone on the COD team and Cam for doing this and making it possible for like ranchers and farmers to be successful. And I'm the kind of person like seeing my success as like, actually, you should be a rancher or farmer. Like that's what I want to tell my kids when I have kids. Like there's so much potential in it. And so I think you all have made a huge difference in the ranching world, and we're just starting to see the amazing benefits.
Hello, my name is Bryant Corbridge. I've been working with some of the coaches here with Customers on Demand for a couple months now, and it's been a great experience so far. It's been so nice having a community and a support system, starting a direct-to-consumer business, and they've helped a ton. There's a lot of things that I definitely wouldn't have been able to do on my own, so it's just nice having that community and a coach to support you along the way, and have nothing but good things to say about those guys.
I'm a lot more confident. I don't feel guilty about my prices anymore because I know now people pay it, and I had to do a third of the amount of work to get the same amount of sales. And I don't feel like anybody I don't look at like my neighbors and people down the road that are selling beef and stuff as competition anymore, because they don't understand these practices at all. We're doing something that's way out of the box from what most farmers are doing. So it gave me a new sense of confidence. Last year, I think we sold, 60 head probably of bulk beef in quarters, halves, and wholes. And just selling by the hanging weight and that logistical nightmare of the back and forth between the butcher and the customer and expectations of what they were going to get was stressful for me with a very low profit margin. And now I'm able to control my costs so much more. It's very streamlined. Everybody knows what to expect out of each other, and the profit margin is way higher. So I had to sell a third or a quarter as many cows and pigs this year as I did last year to make the same amount of money. For me, I think it's the most of it was mindset. I think I went from being people will never pay this to realizing that if you apply it the right way with your marketing, they will pay it. And then once you prove to yourself that strategy that they will, you want to keep going. So for me, it was more mindset than anything. But it's very scary when you're already selling and have created a business for 2.5 years and you strip that down to the bare boards and switch everything over again. It was very scary for me, but now I wouldn't go back. So I applied everything that I learned in your course and took the time. Time is everything. I agree with you there. Get these people hyped up. And when deposit launch opened that morning, my deposits weren't even on 30 seconds and I got my first order. And the first 36 hours of opening day, I think we did. If you figured deposits and remaining balance, total sales just in the number of head was like 27,000 in 36 hours. I was like, I'm sold, this works. But then, you hit that kind of dry run and you just have to keep emailing and, teaching these people about why they should go with you and stuff. And you get a few that trickle in throughout, just like you said. Everything you said is exactly what happened. And then I did exactly the same, or I'm not quite exactly the same, but almost just as much on the last 2 days as opening day. So we rounded out our bulk promotion, I think, at just over 50,000. And I only had to do, I think was 9 head of beef and I don't remember how many pigs to do that. So that's pretty insane. Like you look at last year trying to whip through, we were doing up 6 to 10 beef a month, depending on the time of the month with hanging weights and stuff. And, you'd maybe, if we're lucky, maybe make $400 or $500 a head. Farming is changing super fast, and if you don't change with the times, you're going to be left in the dust. You can never stop learning, ever. That you can apply that to any business, not just farming. But farming, I think, should get treated just like any other business. And oftentimes it's not. It's not looked at as a business. It's looked at as a lifestyle, and that's just simply not right. It should get looked at as a business because we're the backbone of America and we have a super important job of, feeding this nation. So we deserve a decent lifestyle just like anybody else.
What an incredible way to wrap up the D2C Summit. Hey, listen, we're so glad that you joined us over these last few days, but before you go, I have something for you. We were together over 2 days to learn how to grow your direct-to-consumer sales. So if you want to sell straight from the farm without needing to work off-farm jobs, dragging coolers to farmers markets, or even relying on the sale barn just in case things don't work out, we have a program called Customers on Demand, where we help farmers and ranchers with a D2C system where we coach you every step of the way to turn your business into something that's profitable, predictably, month after month. And so it's not for everybody, but to get in, you need to apply. And one of the ways we do that is with a free breakthrough session where we walk you through where you are in your business, where you would like to be, and a next step of how we can help you get there. By the way, at the end of that call, if you determine that you want to implement some things on your own, we want to empower you to do that. But if you feel like it's a fit, and if we feel like it's a fit, we'll actually invite you to join Customers on Demand. But it all starts with your free coaching call, with your free breakthrough session. So under this video right now, you're going to see a place to click and schedule out that call. Now, here's the thing you got to know. Hundreds of people are watching this right now. And so you're going to want to get on the calendar before it fills up, because this is kind of a first come, first serve situation. So as you're here right now, go ahead and schedule your free breakthrough session where we can coach you on some things and let you implement it on your own. But again, if you feel like you get at the end of the call, you like what you hear, and we feel like you're a good fit, we're going to invite you to join our private coaching program, Customers on Demand. If that's something you're interested in, go ahead and click this below. If not, remember this, we're doing these quarterly. We're doing these summits quarterly. So you'll be hearing about our next one in a few months. We already have started booking speakers for that. We're very excited, but we'll reveal that to you the closer we get to it. Otherwise, hey, thank you so much for being a part of the D2C Summit and helping us in our mission to help farm families thrive. Talk soon.